Chapter 935. Yi Yaoshua 10 high-quality Regent Origin Stones is a very generous reward for martial emperors. Murong Tianjia said with smile. Grandfather, you are truly confident in me. City Master Murong said in low voice. Today you must give me some face. Just now those guys lost. If you lose again, no matter how thick my face is, I won't be able to hold on. It's all that womanizer's fault. Murong Yue glared at Qin Yun, who is sitting below the battle stage. Qin Yun is sitting beside Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Although many people are looking at Kong Feiqing with strange gazes, she is very proud of herself because she managed to climb up to this awesome great master Qin Yun. She is very clear about Qin Yun's ability. The heavenly rune evolved with Qin Yun's help, allowing her to suddenly break through to martial emperor. Even if she is being misunderstood, she doesn't feel anything. However, Gong Fian feels somewhat uncomfortable. Kong Feiqing said in low voice. Xiao Yun, do you think I can defeat Murong Tianjia if I go up? Qin Yun shook his head and said, I don't know, why don't you go up and give it a try? Kong Feiqing said with smile. If you want me to go, I will go. Then forget it, don't get injured. You just became martial emperor. Qin Yun said with laugh. Qingyu said, Brother Yun, why don't you go up and defeat Murong Tianjia? If you go all out, it shouldn't be a problem, right? It's hard to say. Qin Yun shook his head and said, Actually he also wants to go up. He wants to see the disparity between him and Xie Wufeng. This way he can understand Xie Wufeng's strength. However, if he were to go up and accidentally win, City Lord Murong would definitely lose face. Not long after, someone came up to fight. It is an elder from a sect, mid-stage martial emperor. After someone came up, City Master Murong walked down from the battle stage while chuckling. The barrier opened and Murong Tianjia and the elder began fighting. This competition can't use weapons. They can only compete in martial arts and cultivation technique. Therefore, the spectators below are very satisfied watching and cheered again and again. In just a short while, Murong Tianjia won. It is the elder who conceded because the disparity is very clear. Murong Tianjia is just an initial stage martial emperor, yet he can defeat a mid-stage martial emperor elder. This caused many people to exclaim in admiration even more. The screams of the women below became even more ear-piercing. Kong Feiqing also exclaimed in admiration and said, As expected of City Master Murong's eldest grandson, truly a genius. He can even defeat a mid-stage martial emperor. Qin Yun said with smile, Luckily you and I did not go up. Kong Feiqing said with smile, Xiao Yun, you are more handsome than him and also more awesome than him. Right, Yan Yan? Gong Fian promptly nodded her head. I feel that you are better looking and more capable than him. Old Feitian said with smile. Of course, Brother Yun's ability to repair magic tools is at the level of Venerable Master. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. If we can use magic tools, even 2 Murong Tianjia would not be a match for Brother Yun. Old Feitian saw Qin Yun hide inside a cauldron and block tribulation thunder that could kill a large group of half-immortals, so he said this. City Master Murong and others are sitting 4 to 5 tables in front of Qin Yun's group. Murong Yue suddenly looked over and glared at Qin Yun, apparently telling him that her big brother is very strong. Kong Feiqing saw the little girl glaring at Qin Yun and helped Qin Yun stare back. Qin Yun doesn't care at all. He lowered his head and continued eating. At this time, another person went up to challenge Murong Tianjia. It is an initial stage martial emperor middle-aged man. Everyone is earnestly watching. Although Qin Yun is also watching, he is eating and watching at the same time. Even though Murong Yue has been beaten a few times, she is still very spirited and loudly cheering for her big brother. Very soon Murong Tianjia defeated that middle-aged man and won a burst of cheers. City Master Murong stood up and yelled, Defeat Murong Tianjia and you will get 20 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Murong Tianjia shook his head and smiled. Grandfather, do you want to see me get defeated? You brat, it seems like you are rarely defeated. On the path of growth, you should encounter some setbacks. City Master Murong said with smile, using 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones to let you be defeated and temper yourself, I feel that it is very worth it. After Ingqingyu heard this, he said with low laugh, Old man Murong is just pretending. If Murong Tianjia loses, his expression will be as unsightly as his shoes. Old Feitian said with mischievous laugh, I really want to see his eldest grandson lose, then we can see old man Murong's brilliant expression. Is City Master Murong your good friend? Qin Yun asked. Of course he is our good friend. That is why we want to see his defeated appearance. Ingqingyu said with very happy smile. Right. Old man Murong always brags about how awesome his son and grandson are in front of us. I have been very unhappy for a long time. Old Feitian said with smile. Qin Yun is eating with smile. This is truly a bad friend. After 10 battles, no one has been able to defeat Murong Tianjia. Majority of the people on the stage are mid-stage martial emperors. Some of the battles were very brilliant. Even Qin Yun feels that Murong Tianjia is a genius. City Master Murong is very happy. He gave Murong Tianjia a few pills to recover his energy. Now is the rest period. City Master Murong took this opportunity to hold an auction. The battle stage has also become an auction stage. The things being auctioned are entrusted by some 100 pagoda city families to City Master Murong to auction. There are many good things, so the competition for the auction is very intense. These things are not very useful to Qin Yun, so he did not participate. Finally, it is time for the beast horn to appear. The beast horn is white, more than 10 meters long and weighs more than 10,000 jin. It is very large. It was taken out by Gong Changjua. He is not auctioning it with purple crystal coins but with low-quality Regent Origin stones. According to the introduction, the beast horn can resist a mortal tool attack. It is an immortal tier tool, refining material. This caused a great sensation. Many people started bidding one after another. Although City Master Murong is helping with the auction, he wants to buy it for Qin Yun, so he can only send people to participate in the bidding. The beast horn is indeed very precious. Very soon it reached 100 Regent Origin stones. According to the price of a low-quality Regent Origin stone is 1 billion purple crystal coins. 100 Regent Origin stones are worth more than 100 billion purple crystal coins. However, the bidding is still very intense. Very soon, the price reached 150 low-quality Regent Origin stones. Qin Yun now knows that it will be very difficult for him to obtain the beast horn with his financial resources. Who are these people? They can actually take out so many low-quality Regent Origin stones. Qin Yun said in amazement. They can't immediately take out so many Regent Origin stones. They owe us. Because they are very powerful factions, they have enough purple crystal coins, they can slowly accumulate Regent Origin stones. Old Feitian said. Finally, the beast horn was bought by someone with 170 low-quality Regent Origin stones. That person is also City Master Murong's subordinate. Because Gong Changjua entrusted City Master Murong to auction it, City Master Murong will take a portion of the processing fee. Qin Yun doesn't need to give so many Regent Origin stones to Gong Changjua. Now Qin Yun feels a lot more relieved. Old man Murong really suffered a great loss. Ingqingyu said with smile. Indeed, Old Feitian also laughed in his heart. Qin Yun cannot help but admire City Master Murong's credibility and financial resources. He actually managed to obtain the beast horn. After City Master Murong obtained the beast horn, he let Murong Tianjia continue to accept challenges. Why is he still so happy? Qin Yun asked in low voice. You don't know, old man Murong is very rich. I heard that when he was pagoda master, he made a lot of money. Moreover, over the years, he received many gifts and obtained many Regent Origin stones. Old Feitian said. So that's how it is. Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration. City Master Murong took out 20 mid-quality Regent Origin stones and placed them below the battle stage, so that everyone can see them. If you want to obtain these 20 mid-quality Regent Origin stones, quickly come and challenge Murong Tianjia, City Master Murong loudly shouted. Many pagoda masters brought their outstanding disciples, but none of them dared to go up the stage. Because everyone knows that it is very difficult for initial and mid-stage martial emperors to defeat Murong Tianjia. Murong Tianjia's strength is stronger than many people of his father's generation. This caused City Master Murong to feel very proud. I will come. A clear and cold voice floated down from the sky above the battle stage. An elegant and beautiful woman wearing simple and unadorned white clothes slowly landed on the battle stage like a fairy descending to earth. As soon as this woman appeared, the entire battle stage became quiet. 100 pagoda sect people's faces are filled with shock. This beautiful woman's entire body is lingering with faint mist. Her extremely beautiful oval face is filled with a faint smile. Who is she? Qin Yun looked at Kong Feiqing and asked. Kong Feiqing's expression is filled with amazement and envy. She looked at the white-clothed woman and said, She is the chief disciple of 100 Pagoda Sect's first pagoda. Her name is Yi Yaoxue, also known as Devil Woman Yi. Because nobody knows what martial spirit she has, nobody knows what kind of cultivation technique she uses, they only know that she is mid-stage martial emperor and her strength is very formidable. Murong Tianjia looked at City Master Murong below the battle stage and said with bitter smile, Grandfather, I might lose. City Master Murong has naturally heard of 100 Pagoda sects, Devil Woman Yi. He calmly smiled and said, How would you know if you don't fight? Even if you lose, I want to see how you lose. Yi Yaoxue pursed her lips and smiled. City Master Murong, if I win, I only need 10 Regent Origin stones. City Master Murong is somewhat puzzled as he asked, Why 10? I feel that defeating Murong Tianjia is only worthy of 10 Regent Origin stones because it is a very easy matter. Yi Yaoxue said with gentle smile. Everyone burst into commotion. These are very arrogant words. She actually said that Murong Tianjia is only worth 10 Regent Origin stones in front of everyone. Although he is being ridiculed by a woman, no one dares to say anything. Because everyone knows that Yi Yaoxue is very strong and very mysterious. However, no one expected that she who rarely comes out would suddenly appear here. City Master Murong said with smile. Little girl, if you defeat my grandson, you can take away 20, don't be polite with me. Since City Master Murong is so generous, this little girl will also not be polite. Yi Yaoxue faintly smiled, then looked at Murong Tianjia and said in soft voice, Xie Wufeng has already been defeated by me. Hearing these words, Murong Tianjia's entire body trembled. 100 Pagoda sect's disciples and elders also burst into cry of alarm. Xie Wufeng has finally been defeated. Because in 100 Pagoda sect, Xie Wufeng frequently challenges geniuses of various pagoda, he has never been defeated, at most he can only fight to a draw. But now he has been defeated by Yi Yaoxue. But thinking about it carefully, they feel that Xie Wufeng's defeat is not a big deal. After all, Xie Wufeng is only peak martial king and Yi Yaoxue is 2 levels higher than him. Chapter 936. Chapter 936. Marriage Contest. Murong Tianjia received a double blow after learning that Xie Wufeng was defeated by Yi Yaoxue. How many moves did you use to defeat him? Murong Tianjia asked. I don't remember. In short, he is very difficult to deal with. I heard your strength is more or less the same as his, it seems like you will surely lose to him. Yi Yaoxue looked at the 20 Regent Origin stones and said with light smile, I want those Regent Origin stones, I need them urgently. Murong Tianjia laughed. You will have to defeat me first. Yi Yaoxue is very confident. She sweetly smiled and said, Defeating you is as easy as turning my hand. After the barrier opened, the bell rang and the martial arts contest began. Everyone is very seriously watching this contest. They are not taking their eyes off the stage. Yi Yaoxue is one of the 10 great martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect. Although she is ranked 10th, she fought her way up with mid-stage martial emperor cultivation. It must be known that the people ranked 1st to 9th are all peak martial emperors. Only Yi Yaoxue is mid-stage martial emperor. If she breaks through to late-stage martial emperor, she might be able to fight her way up to first place. Murong Tianjia also had a ranking, he was in the 30s, this is also very amazing. Only Qin Yun is eating and watching the contest on the stage. He doesn't find anything interesting to watch because Yi Yaoxue is not using any martial skill. She is also not releasing the aura of her martial spirit. The energy she is releasing is very pure, it is impossible to tell what attribute it is. Many older generation present are also very doubtful. Many half-immortals are experienced and knowledgeable, but they don't know what attribute Yi Yaoxue is using. Old Feitian said with smile, "Old man Murong is going to capsize. 20 high-quality regent origin stones are going to be given away just like that." Ing Qingyu also said with smile, "Most importantly, his grandson, who he is so proud of, is going to lose." Old Feitian and Ing Qingyu are very happy to see City Master Murong capsize, they are indeed good friends. Kong Feiqing said in low voice, "Xiao Yun, that Yi Yaoxue is very awesome. Can you figure out anything?" Qin Yun shook his head and said, "I can't. Her speed is very fast, even though she is not using any martial arts or cultivation technique. Her fist and palm attacks are very skillful. I'm guessing that she's familiar with many superior martial arts techniques, and then she's mastered those martial arts techniques. When she was fighting, she also used it casually. This kind of realm is very high." Old Feitian nodded and said, "Indeed so, she must have become familiar with many kinds of martial skills and then forgot them. However, her subconscious mind is very familiar with them. During battle, she can very naturally use the most wonderful moves." Ing Qingyu said with smile, "That brat Murong Tianjia lost to this little girl, it is not unjust." City Master Murong is frowning while looking at the battle stage. On one hand he is admiring Yi Yaoxue's strength, on the other hand, he wants to find her weak point so that his grandson can break it in the future. This Yi Yaoxue is a very good woman, if she can marry Tianjia, it would be very good. City Master Murong said with chuckle. He deliberately spoke very loudly so that everyone can hear him. Old Feitian cursed in low voice. Old man Murong is deliberately disturbing her heart. On the battle stage, Yi Yaoxue's expression is very relaxed as she attacked Murong Tianjia. Her attacks look very light as a feather, giving people a very gentle feeling. Her moves look very natural and graceful, it is as if she is dancing with the wind. And Murong Tianjia can only block and dodge. His expression is very grave. From the beginning, Murong Tianjia has not attacked at all, he has been defending all along. Yi Yaoxue said with light smile, "Want to marry me? No problem, as long as his cultivation is not higher than mine and he can defeat me, I will marry him." Many people immediately jeered, telling Murong Tianjia to quickly defeat Yi Yaoxue and marry her. City Master Murong yelled, "Little girl, don't go back on your words." Yi Yaoxue replied with smile, "I, Yi Yaoxue, always keep my word. No matter who my opponent is, as long as his cultivation is not higher than mine and he can defeat me in a fair fight, I will marry him." Murong Yue lightly groaned and said, "That is simply impossible. She is a late-stage martial emperor, it is not easy to defeat her." Everyone can see that Yi Yaoxue is unparalleled within the same realm. Murong Tianjia is still bitterly holding on while Yi Yaoxue is happily chatting with City Master Murong. Suddenly, Yi Yaoxue's jade-like palm shot out and overflowed with a thread of red light. She has finally used attribute power, but nobody knows what kind of attribute it is. Red martial spirit? Qin Yun's pupils shrunk as he stared at the red light overflowing from Yi Yaoxue's palm. His eyesight is very good, He can see that there are many fine threads under the red light. Many of the older generation could see those threads, but they only thought that they were energy similar to electric threads. But Qin Yun can recognize that they are a kind of rune. Yi Yaoshue's attribute power contains runes. Although Qin Yun can also do it, the runes are very clear. They are not like Yi Yaoshue's, which look like electric threads. After Yi Yaoshue used this kind of red power, Murong Tianjia can no longer resist. Boom! Murong Tianjia's energy barrier was destroyed by Yi Yaoshue's gentle jade-like palm. Then he was knocked back by a burst of power and crashed into the barrier. Yi Yaoshue lightly flew over. Just as she was about to attack, she heard City Master Murong yell. He concedes. City Master Murong's expression became somewhat grave as he said, "Young miss, you have won." Murong Tianjia said in low voice, "Grandpa, I can still fight. If you keep fighting, you will be bedridden for more than half a year. More than half a year, you will fall behind other people by a lot." City Master Murong said, "Tianjia, you are an initial stage martial emperor. Losing to a mid-stage martial emperor is not a shameful matter." Yi Yaoshue waved her sleeve and took away the 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones. Her face is filled with charming smile as she said in soft voice, "Many thanks, City Master." Murong Tianjia somewhat unwillingly walked down from the battle stage. Murong Yue promptly walked over, supported Murong Tianjia up and said, "Big brother, you should cultivate for a few more years, then defeat her and take her as your concubine." Murong Tianjia laughed. "Xiao Wei, you should also work hard and defeat that venerable master. That bastard rapist, I will beat him into a pig's head." Murong Yue immediately looked at Qin Yun, glaring at him while grimacing in pain. Yi Yaoshue also looked at Qin Yun and said with light smile, "That venerable master's strength is pretty good. It is a pity that he is only late-stage martial king." Murong Yue said, "That guy is very treacherous. If he was allowed to bring equipment, you would not be his match." Yi Yaoshue said with smile, "That is impossible. I fought against a martial king using immortal tools and I won in the end. Don't tell me he can use immortal tools to fight against me?" Hearing her words, everyone looked at Qin Yun. They really want to see how this venerable master will fight against Yi Yaoshue with equipment. "He has many talismans," Murong Yue said again. "As long as it is not immortal talismans, I am not afraid." Yi Yaoshue looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, "Venerable master, do you dare to come up and exchange pointers with me?" Kong Feiqing asked. "If he defeats you, can he marry you?" Yi Yaoshue immediately laughed delicately. Her laughter is like silver bells. "Of course he can. Let's see whether or not he has that kind of skill. Naturally, if he wants to fight me, he will have to bring a bargaining chip. If he loses, he will have to give me something good." City Master Murong also instigated Qin Yun and yelled, "Brother Yun, quickly go up." Murong Yue also yelled, "Venerable Master, aren't you very dissolute? There is a great beauty waiting for you in front of you. Quickly go up and defeat her." Qin Yun is still eating, he said with smile. "I am not interested in her. Whoever wants to marry her can go up and fight." This caused a burst of astonished cries. "Hypocrite!" Murong Yue cursed in low voice. "He is clearly scared. Indeed, he is such a womanizer. How can he not like Yi Yaoshue? Venerable master, don't be modest, go up and fight. Let us have a good time. If you lose, no one will laugh at you. If you win, you will be able to hug the beauty. If you are a man, quickly go up and fight." Qin Yun said in a very bad mood. "If I lose, I will lose a lot of good things. And if I win, I will only get a woman. What good is there in that?" City Master Murong said with smile, "She is not an ordinary woman." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "I have seen many women who are not ordinary." Murong Yue lightly groaned and said, "It seems like you only like mother and daughter flowers." Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Yi Yaoshue also chuckled lightly. Qin Yun took out a pig head Dao talisman and yelled at Murong Yue, Wretched girl, if you dare speak nonsense again, believe it or not, I will turn you into a pig head. Murong Yue promptly hid behind City Master Murong and said, Grandpa, quickly protect me. Forget it, don't force others. Yi Yaoshua looked at everyone and said, Today is City Master Murong's birthday banquet, we need to continue the competition to liven things up. Since I won 20 Regent Origin Stones from City Master Murong, I will be the one to guard the battle stage. Late-stage martial emperors can challenge me. If they lose, they must give me a high-quality Regent Origin Stone. If they win, they will get 20 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. How about it? Of course, if their cultivation does not surpass mine, so long as they defeat me, they can marry me. There are many late-stage martial emperors here. They are all very outstanding. Many of them are City Master Murong's sons. Sure enough, a middle-aged late-stage martial emperor jumped up, took out a high-quality Regent Origin Stone and placed it below the battle stage. Miss Yi, please enlighten me. The barrier opened, the battle began. Yi Yaoshua's lily-white hand flickered with red light, she sent out a palm energy through the air. Gale blew up on the battle stage, then a burst of stormy sea and stormy waves swept out and sent that middle-aged late-stage martial emperor flying into the barrier. I concede. That middle-aged man's mouth is overflowing with blood, his face is filled with fear as he loudly shouted. Just as that middle-aged man jumped down, another person jumped up. That is Old Man Murong's son. This guy is also very strong. Ing Qingyu said in low voice. Qin Yun is looking at the battle stage, apparently he is thinking about something. Kong Feiqing touched his arm and said with giggle, Xiao Yun, do you also want to go up and defeat her? Gong Fian said in low voice, Yun, don't tell me you want to marry her. Chapter 937. Games. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Ing Qingyu said with smile, We will go up in a while. She also said that you are allowed to use equipment. Old Feitian said with smile, Brother Yun, if you lose to her, I will help you take out that high-quality Regent Origin Stone. Qin Yun shook his head and said, I don't want to use equipment to fight her, it will waste a lot of my Dao talismans. I am thinking of a way to get her Regent Origin Stones in a less troublesome manner. Old Feitian mischievously laughed and said, Brother Yun, you are really stingy. When you were sparring with Old Man Murong's 6 grandsons, we thought that you would really use a bunch of Dao talismans to defeat them. We didn't expect that you would only use one talisman. One talisman is enough. Qin Yun smiled. I only used it because I thought it was fun. The pighead Dao talisman he used was also very useful, it could cause a lot of psychological disturbance to people. City Master Murong's son also fought very intensely with Yi Yaoshua. This caused many people to exclaim in admiration. Old Man Murong's son is quite strong. He can fight with Yi Yaoshua for so long. Old Feitian said, Brother Yun, you should also look carefully, don't just eat, leave some for me. Qin Yun thought as he ate. He did not watch the competition. After a short while, the voice of the middle-aged man admitting defeat came from the battle stage. Although City Master Murong's son is very powerful, he was not able to defeat her. Yi Yaoshua fought for a long time, but it is clear that she did not use her full strength. Sai, you guys are too weak. Isn't there anyone stronger? It is not that I am looking down on you, but you are truly useless. Yi Yaoshua faintly sighed. A peerless beauty said such arrogant words on the battle stage, but no one felt disgusted by it. Because not only was she powerful, she was also a beauty. Murong Yue is also very envious and jealous looking at Yi Yaoshua. She feels that if she had this kind of ability, she wouldn't have suffered so much grievance. No one dared to go up, and the battle stage immediately turned cold. Qin Yun suddenly stood up. Seeing him stand up, the people around him immediately became excited. Is the great Grandmaster going to take action? Grandmaster, bring your equipment and beat her up. If you win, you can marry her. Then, she will serve you with the mother and daughter. Ha ha ha. The group of people went astray as they spoke. Yi Yaoshua said with smile. Venerable Master, as long as you pay a high-quality Regent Origin Stone, you will have the opportunity to marry me. Come and try it. Qin Yun faintly smiled. Miss Yi, are you lacking Regent Origin Stones? It's quite lacking. It is a pity that I am not as awesome as a great master who can easily receive so many Regent Origin Stones as gifts. With her current cultivation, she needs high-quality Regent Origin Stones to increase her cultivation. This kind of Regent Origin Stone is very precious. Even Yi Yaoshua rarely receives this kind of gift. Qin Yun said with a smile. That's why I said, what's the use of being good-looking? Nobody gave you high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Yi Yaoshua is somewhat angry and said, Great Master, if you don't want to compete with me, don't make fun of me. Looks like you're really a coward. You only dare to say it, but you don't dare to come up. Murong Yue yelled, What is the point of attacking a woman with words? If you have the guts, go up and fight with her. Qin Yun suddenly took out 2 Regent Origin Stones flickering with golden light and said with smile, Miss Yi, these are 2 king-quality Regent Origin Stones. Everyone knows that Qin Yun gave a king-quality Regent Origin Stone to Yu Shutian before and now, he actually has 2. Many people stood up one after another, they want to see what kind of Regent Origin Stones they have never seen before. Yi Yaoshua's beautiful eyes flickered with amazement and excitement. City Master Murong muttered, This brat has king-quality Regent Origin Stones, but he did not give them to me as gifts, instead he gave them even lower-quality Regent Origin Stones. Great Master, what are you planning to do? Yi Yaoshua took a deep breath and asked, If you want to compete with me, you will only need 1 high-quality Regent Origin Stone. Qin Yun walked over with the 2 Regent Origin Stones and said with smile, Relax, I will not give them to you. Yi Yaoshua said, Then what do you want to do? Qin Yun said, I want to have a special competition with you. My cultivation is very low, late-stage Martial King. If I want to defeat you, I will have to use equipment. Yi Yaoshua said, I will allow you to use equipment, even immortal tools, and I will not use anything. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the 2 king-grade Regent Origin Stones. Qin Yun laughed. No, I don't want to use equipment to compete with you. That would be too wasteful. How about this, we will fight on the battle stage within half an incense stick's worth of time. As long as I can bump into you, it will be your loss. Not only you will marry me, you will also give me your 20 Regent Origin Stones. How about it? Everyone cannot help but exclaim in admiration at Qin Yun's resourcefulness. This way, he won't need to use equipment, those Dao talismans are very expensive. Moreover, everyone can see Qin Yun's speed with their own eyes. Maybe he will truly be able to catch up to Yi Yaoshua and bump into her within half an incense stick's worth of time. Yi Yaoshua's beautiful eyebrows are slightly creased, she thought for a bit and said, If you don't bump into me within half an incense stick's worth of time, you will give me those 2 Regent Origin Stones, right? Qin Yun nodded. You should be clearer than me about the value of these 2 king-quality Regent Origin Stones. Yi Yaoshua said, I am indeed very clear about it. But it is still too risky. How about this, as long as you can take off one of my clothes within an incense stick's worth of time, it will be your win. At that time, I will be your woman. Moreover, you will also get my 20 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Playing a game of taking off clothes. Everyone did not expect Yi Yaoshua to be so open. This is not good. People will say that I am a hoodlum. I am a gentleman. Qin Yun said, then glanced at Murong Yue. Everyone secretly looked down on him. Yi Yaoshua said with smile, Relax, I am wearing 3 layers of clothes. If you take off one, it won't be a problem. This caused many people to feel disappointed. They originally wanted to see something. Old Feitian yelled, Brother Yun, don't agree. It is simply impossible. Yi Yaoshua said with smile, It is not difficult, I am not attacking, we are just playing a game of chase, I think it is very easy. Qingyu also loudly shouted. Brother Yun, you have to take off a whole set of clothes to win. I feel that at most you will only be able to take off half of her clothes, it will be very difficult to take off a whole set. Kong Feiqing also lightly yelled. Xiao Yun, the clothes she is wearing are very complicated, it will not be easy to take them off in one piece. Taking off a woman's clothes has never been easy. Qin Yun said with smile. Great master, you must have taken off many women's clothes, right? Your skill in this aspect must be very high. Quickly agree. Murong Yue yelled. I have never taken off many women's clothes. Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoshua faintly smiled. It is not too difficult for you to win against me. Qin Yun is also considering, he asked. Can I use talismans? You can't use talismans, you also can't attack me, you can only chase me and then think of a way to take off my clothes. If you succeed, me and my 20 Regent Origin stones will be yours. Just take a gamble, maybe you will succeed? Yi Yaoshua looked at Qin Yun, her quick-witted eyes are flickering with a trace of charm, they are filled with temptation. Qin Yun said with smile. All right, I agree. Yi Yaoshua said with smile. That's good, there is no need to open the barrier, we are not going to fight anyways. Qin Yun agreed. Many people began shouting one after another. City Master Murong said with smile. Brother Yun is going to suffer big loss this time. A middle-aged half-immortal said. Dad, forget about a great master who is a martial king, even I, a half-immortal, would only be able to take off half a piece of clothing. Murong Yue curled her lips and said, This immoral great master must have been muddled by beauty, that is why he did such a stupid thing. Yi Yaoshua will win for sure. City Master Murong took out an incense stick and said with smile, Let me be the judge. He lit the incense stick and yelled, Begin! After the battle began, Qin Yun immediately used passing shadow extinction breath step and disappeared from the battle stage. Yi Yaoshua is slightly startled, she promptly jumped to the sky and said with light smile, I can see you. She finished speaking and also promptly dodged. Qin Yun rushed up and pounced on empty air. Yi Yaoshua's speed is faster than Qin Yun, everyone can see it in a short while. Qin Yun is very clear that even though his speed is very fast, he is not as fast as Yi Yaoshua. Yi Yaoshua is very proud of herself, she kept dodging Qin Yun and said in ridicule, Great master, hurry up! If you can't take off a piece of my clothing, not only will you lose 2 king-quality Regent Origin stones, you will also lose 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones, and you won't be able to obtain me. Qin Yun can only chase, he can't attack, otherwise he would have used super gravity and tree totem, it would have been much easier. Just like this, Qin Yun continuously chased after Yi Yaoshua on the battle stage. Yi Yaoshua is always dodging, moreover she is constantly laughing, it is as if she is playing with a child. Everyone is very happy watching because this great master Qin Yun is about to suffer a setback. Murong Yue said with smile, Sister Yi, you have won, there is still half an incense stick of time left. Murong Tianjia said in low voice. This great master's speed is truly outstanding, it is almost the same as mine. If he was a martial emperor, maybe his strength would be the same as Yi Yaoshua's. Murong Yue curled her lips and said, How is that possible? He is a guy who studies runes every day, he can't defeat Sister Yi. Old Feitian shook his head while watching. Brother Yun is going to fail this time. Qingyu said. No problem, 2 king-quality Regent Origin stones are nothing to him, that brat is overflowing with wealth. Gong Fian is very nervous watching, she said in low voice. This Yi Yaoshua is constantly teasing a Yun, she is too hateful. On the battle stage, Yi Yaoshua is standing at the edge of the battle stage, looking at Qin Yun who is several tens of meters away from her, she said with light smile. Great master, you touched my clothes just now, you are very awesome. Yi Yaoshua's beautiful face is filled with proud smile. Chapter 938. Beast Horn Obtained. Yi Yaoxue is very proud of herself. She is very satisfied with today's harvest. Not only she obtained 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones, she also obtained 2 very rare King-quality Regent Origin stones. This kind of rich harvest will surely cause other martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect to die from jealousy. Come, come. Great master, quickly come, quickly take off my clothes. You won't be able to touch me. Yi Yaoxue charmingly laughed. Her voice is very pleasant to listen to and sweet to the ear. Everyone can feel the happiness in her heart from her laughter. Every time Qin Yun rushed over, Yi Yaoxue would suddenly dodge. Half an incense stick of time has passed. Qin Yun has only touched Yi Yaoxue's clothes once. Yi Yaoxue said with smile, "Great master, your movement technique is indeed very strong. After all, you are late-stage martial king. If you become martial emperor, maybe you will be as fast as me." She is floating in the sky, speaking very directly. Qin Yun immediately rushed over. Yi Yaoxue dodged in a flash as soon as Qin Yun rushed over. Qin Yun continued to chase, but Yi Yaoxue's speed is very fast. She is running back and forth on the battle stage. Both of them are running back and forth on the battle stage at lightning speed, leaving behind afterimages. It is impossible to see them clearly. Sometimes they are running on the battle stage, sometimes they are flying in the sky. It is very dazzling to the eyes of spectators. Big Sister Yi, there is still a bit left, you will soon win. Murong Yue very happily yelled. She is very happy to see Qin Yun lose. Qin Yun looked at the incense stick. Only less than half is left. It seems like I can only try that move. I don't know if it will work or not. Qin Yun said in his heart. Xiao Yun, it will surely succeed. She has nowhere to run. Ling Yuner said. No, there is no barrier on the battle stage. If she is about to be caught, she will suddenly run out of the battle stage. I want to see whether or not I can force her to the center of the battle stage. Qin Yun continued to chase Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yaoxue is secretly amazed because Qin Yun's speed is not too far away from hers. He is almost caught up to her. Everyone has been watching for a long time. They are certain that Qin Yun will lose. Because no matter how they look at it, Qin Yun will not be able to make a comeback. Not only her speed is very fast, her movement technique is also very strange. Even if one's speed is the same as hers, it will not be easy to catch her. Moreover, taking off her clothes is the most difficult part. Just like what other people said, even if he has enough speed, he can at most tear off her clothes. It is simply impossible to smoothly take off her clothes. Originally, Qin Yun proposed that if he meets Yi Yaoxue within half an incense stick worth of time, it would be considered as his victory, but Yi Yaoxue rejected, otherwise she would have already lost. Everyone secretly felt a lingering fear for Yi Yaoxue. If Yi Yaoxue had agreed, the consequences would have been too horrible to imagine. According to the rules, she was in an invincible position from the very beginning. Kong Feiqing cursed in low voice. This Yi Yaoxue is too cunning. Little Yun, this brat, really, why did he agree? Gong Fian said. Maybe a Yun thinks he can do it. While running, Yi Yaoxue laughed lightly again and again. It seems like she is having a lot of fun, just like a child chasing and playing. Suddenly Yi Yaoxue ran to the middle. Qin Yun immediately stopped. Qin Yun stood at the edge of the stage, gasping for breath. Yi Yaoxue said with charming smile, Great master, are you very tired? Looks like you're working hard. If you lose, don't worry about being laughed at. I, Yi Yaoxue, am a very formidable existence. I am ranked 10th on 100 Pagoda Sect's martial emperor ranking. Not to mention you, none of the martial emperors present here can defeat me in such a situation. It is not that I am arrogant, but all the martial emperors here are trash. These words of hers, this caused many martial emperors to feel very unhappy, but they could not do anything because Yi Yaoxue was indeed very strong. Qin Yun laughed. Miss Yi, I admit that I underestimated you before. Yi Yaoxue sweetly smiled and said, Venerable Master, it seems like you were not interested in me before. How about now? Now, you are indeed qualified to be my woman, Qin Yun said with smile. But you're not qualified to be my man. Yi Yaoshua proudly smiled. Even though you are very talented in inscription, I feel that your strength is not as good as mine. Right now you can't even take off my clothes. What right do you have to be my man? Qin Yun said, Miss Yi, when you look for a man, do you only look at strength and nothing else? Yi Yaoshua twirled her hair and said with smile, Of course, if a man is not as strong as me, he is not worthy of me. She looked at the incense stick below the stage and said again, Are you admitting defeat? Of course not. Qin Yun finished speaking and one after another shadow appeared on his body. Everyone stood up one after another and cried out in alarm while looking at the battle stage. Qin Yun's body appeared on all sides in just a few moments. In just a few short moments, there were more than 100 Qin Yuns on all sides of the battling platform. They are all exactly the same Qin Yun. This is one of the 9 extinction steps, 1000 illusion myriad transformation step. This is a very fantastic footwork technique. It allows Qin Yun to create many illusions while running at a very fast speed. All of these illusions have his aura and it is very hard to tell which one is real. To use this technique, one must have very strong mental power and sufficient energy. Yi Yaoshua saw more than 100 Qin Yun suddenly approach her, and became somewhat flustered in her heart. She promptly soared up to the sky. This is all a smoke screen. Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and quickly rushed up to the sky. There are many Qin Yun waiting for her there. Yi Yaoshua increased her speed and indeed broke through a few Qin Yun's illusions. But just now, she felt that something is missing from her body. Now all the illusions on the battle stage have disappeared, only Qin Yun is left on the battle stage. Qin Yun is floating in the sky. He is holding a light pink undergarment in his hand and said with smile, Miss Yi, this is your undergarment. Yi Yaoshua's face and ears immediately became red. She looked at the pink undergarment in Qin Yun's hand in anger and shame. She now feels that her body is completely empty. It turns out Qin Yun took off her undergarment. Everyone burst into ambiguous laughter. Immoral, venerable master! Murong Yue loudly cursed. This is not my undergarment! Yi Yaoshua promptly yelled. Just as she finished speaking, many Qin Yuns appeared all around her. More than 100 Qin Yun rushed over. Yi Yaoshua immediately screamed in fear and covered her body with her hands. Very soon, Qin Yun's other illusions disappeared. Only one is left. Qin Yun is holding 2 pieces of clothing in his hands. One is the pink undergarment he took off earlier and the other is a thin white clothing. You have 3 layers of clothing on your body. I have already taken off 2 of them. You only have 1 piece of clothing on your body. Qin Yun said with smile. If you don't admit that the 2 pieces of clothing in my hands are yours, then take off the outermost piece of clothing on your body. Yi Yaoshua's jade-like face is filled with shame. Although she still has a piece of clothing on her body, she feels that her body is completely empty. She cannot help but tightly cover her body with her hand. At this time, the incense stick has finished burning. I have hand over 20 regent origin stones. Qin Yun said with smile. Everyone is shocked and tongue-tied. Because from Yi Yaoshua's reaction, Qin Yun has indeed won. Qin Yun used mysterious penetration divine ability to tear off Yi Yaoshua's inner clothes. Yi Yaoshua tightly gritted her jade-like teeth. She is also very scared because if Qin Yun carelessly tore off her outermost clothes, Murong Yue stamped her foot and said, This immoral venerable master, how can he be so shameless? Taking off clothes from the inside, making big sister Yi so embarrassed. Yi Yaoshua promptly took out a large gown and draped it over her body. It is clearly a very good Dao tool used to protect her body. Here are the regent origin stones. Yi Yaoshua's expression is filled with unwillingness as she threw out the regent origin stones. Qin Yun immediately picked them up and said with smile, You are now my woman, come with me. Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and said, You can't defeat me, I am not your woman. Quickly give me back my clothes. You are shameless. Qin Yun said with smile, This result is not at all unexpected to him. Quickly give me back my clothes. Yi Yaoshua yelled. Qin Yun put away the regent origin stones and said, We agreed before, if I can take off your clothes you will be mine. How can you go back on your words? Yi Yaoshua stamped her foot, then soared into the sky and flew far away. She doesn't want her clothes anymore. Qin Yun immediately yelled. This is 100 pagoda sex Yi Yaoshua's undergarment, I will auction it on the spot, who wants it? The scene immediately exploded, laughter and cries of alarm rang out. Yi Yaoshua promptly flew back and loudly cursed, Bastard, quickly give me back my clothes. I won't give it back, who told you to act shamelessly? Qin Yun said with smile. Yi Yaoshua saw many people are becoming restless, wanting to buy her undergarment. She immediately shouted, Whoever wants to buy my clothes, I will make him suffer. Qin Yun laughed loudly. All right, I will put it on display in the whole city. Yi Yaoshua's face became red as she furiously said, You pervert, I will teach you a lesson. Old Fei Tian promptly flew over and said with smile, Miss Yi, don't attack. Immoral venerable master, just you wait. Yi Yaoshua is very angry. She ran away without even turning her head back. Qin Yun curled his lips and stored the clothes. Murong Yue loudly cursed. Wretched guy, you are done for. Sister Yi is a goddess in 100 pagoda sect. Many martial emperors will surely come to cause trouble for you. Qin Yun said with smile. I am not afraid. He walked over to City Master Murong's side and said with smile. City Master, that beast-horned City Master Murong let out a long sigh, then waved his hand to give the beast horn to Qin Yun. Everyone cannot help but suck in a mouthful of cold air seeing this scene. City Master Murong actually bought that beast horn and gave it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with smile. City Master Murong is truly straightforward, he also keeps his promise. The incomparably precious beast horn has fallen into Qin Yun's hands. This caused many half-immortals to feel very jealous. Murong Yue and other few younger generation are also very unhappy. Qin Yun looked at Murong Yue and said with smile, Many thanks Miss Murong. If you did not lose to me, City Master Murong would not have given me this beast horn. It is all thanks to Miss Murong that I can obtain this beast horn. Thank you very much. You are angering me to death. Murong Yue's face became deep red in anger. She clenched her fists and wanted to attack but was stopped by Murong Tianjia. Everyone now realized that there was actually a gamble in the martial arts competition. Murong Yue's group attacked Qin Yun together and lost, so City Master Murong gave the beast horn to Qin Yun. Chapter 939. The assessment is over. Of course, Qin Yun is not truly chasing after her because he can't catch up to her. He brought Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing away. Soon after, Old Feitian and Ing Qingyu also caught up. Old Feitian is from a big family in Heaven's Pride City. With him, they can easily bring people into Heaven's Pride City. Heaven's Pride City is holding a test. Whoever passes the test will become a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun calculated the time. As long as he returned to Heaven's Pride City, it would not be long before the test results were out. Old Feitian's mood is very good after crossing heavenly tribulation. He is chatting and laughing with Qin Yun along the way. Qin Yun feels that with Old Feitian's protection, it will be easier for him to do things in the future. After returning to Heaven's Pride City, Qin Yun immediately learned that the assessment results will be out tomorrow. This is the final stage of the assessment. Lan Chen, Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian have not come out yet. It means they can last until the end. Many half-immortals and martial emperors have gathered in Old Feitian's Tian family manor. They came to congratulate Old Feitian after learning that he had crossed 6 tribulations. Qin Yun, Gong Fian, and Kong Feiqing returned to rest. It's really tiring. Qin Yun used the Thousand Illusions myriad transformation before and it consumed a lot of energy. Xiao Yun, you're amazing. I thought you would lose for sure. Kong Feiqing said with smile. Now I am somewhat afraid of you. I am worried that you will take off my clothes. Yun, are you not planning to return those clothes to Yi Yaoxue? Gong Fian asked. Wait for her to come and get it herself. This woman has agreed to marry me, but she doesn't want to admit it. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Wait until I enter 100 Pagoda sect, see how I deal with her. I'm going to rest first. Qin Yun hastily returned to his room and showed the beast horn to Yao Fang. After Yao Fang saw the beast horn, she said in shock, Qin Yun, this is the horn of an immortal king beast. As for what kind of beast it is, I don't know for now. Qin Yun said, Sister Yao Fang, can I use it to refine tools? If you can smelt it, you can. But with your current strength, you can't do it. Yao Fang said, When there is a chance, Bing Xing and I will join hands and help you refine it. We have helped you a lot in the past. In Qin Yun's previous life, he tricked powerful beauties like Bing Xing to do hard labor and help him refine artifacts. Therefore, they are very familiar with the process. Sister Yao Fang, I met a very special woman today. She is very strong, but I don't know what kind of power she is using. Qin Yun said. Tell me. Yao Fang said. Qin Yun immediately informed Yao Fang about his relationship with Yi Yaoxue. I really wonder if you've awakened your memories. In your previous life, you also stole Yue Qin's underwear to auction. Yao Fang coldly groaned. My memories haven't awakened yet. Qin Yun said with an awkward smile. Yao Fang said, The woman you are talking about has a red variant martial spirit. If my guess is not wrong, it should be an inscription martial spirit. Inscription martial spirit? Qin Yun asked doubtfully. He had only heard of inscription spirit. Inside the awakened martial spirit there is some kind of rune. Those runes can allow her to obtain very strong and formidable power. Yao Fang said. For example, if you use materials to refine a tool, if it is just an embryo, the power will be very limited. If you carve runes on it, the embryo will possess special power. Is this kind of martial spirit common? Qin Yun asked. There are many in Immortal Desolate. Because soul-refining masters with superb technique can carve runes on their martial spirit in the later stage. They can also refine inscription martial spirit after birth. Of course, this is very risky. If you fail or don't use it properly, the martial spirit will scatter. Yao Fang said. Qin Yun also carved runes on his martial spirit before, so after hearing Yao Fang's words, he realized how awesome Yi Yaoxue is. Yao Fang said again. She has a red variant martial spirit, moreover, she was born with runes, she is certainly stronger than inscription martial spirits after birth. Qin Yun said with smile, I really want to capture her and study her, this woman promised to be my woman, yet she ran away like this. You stubborn bastard. Yao Fang said in a very bad mood. Qin Yun laughed, then lied down on the bed and rested for 2 hours. After he recovered, he took out a stack of papers and carefully and earnestly looked at them. Qingyu gave him a task to refine a beast skin grand formation. This formation is very big, it is a 50 meters wide circular formation. Qin Yun looked at it with frown. Qingyu provided the required runes, they are full of star runes and Dao runes. Wait until I finish refining, I will know what kind of formation it is. Qin Yun looked at it and feels that it is not too difficult, he only needs some time. After daybreak, Qin Yun used a sound transmission conch to call Qingyu. Qingyu gave Qin Yun all the required materials, moreover he gave him 2 portions. He is worried that Qin Yun will fail, so he gave him 2 portions. Brat, roughly when can you deliver the goods? If you can successfully refine it, I will give you 10 mid-quality Regent Origin stones. Qingyu asked. Only 10? Qin Yun feels that it is too little. It's a lot, alright. I borrowed them. Ing Qingyu cursed in low voice. You have so many regent origin stones, don't look down on me. Alright, Qin Yun said. But you must tell me what effect it has. I want to test it after I finish refining. This. Actually, it is a trap formation. Ing Qingyu said with evil smile. You refine it, be careful. Alright, I will contact you in 1 month. Qin Yun said with smile. Give me the regent origin stones. Here are 5 for now. Ing Qingyu handed over 5 regent origin stones to Qin Yun and said again, You must hide your identity well. Many martial emperor-level males of 100 Pagoda sect want to skin you alive because of Yi Yaoxue. I will enter 100 Pagoda sect soon. Qin Yun said. Do you want to go with Yu Shutian or Hong Mengshu? Ing Qingyu is somewhat worried. Don't go with them. Everyone knows that they are your girls. No matter how you disguise yourself, people will suspect you. I won't go with them. Brother Yu, you are truly concerned about me. Qin Yun said. Ing Qingyu said with mischievous smile. I am afraid that you will die. I gave you 5 regent origin stones and a large amount of materials. If you die, my loss will be great. Qin Yun cannot help but smile and said, Do I look that weak? Alright, I will go find my friends and fish out some things. You can stay here and enjoy yourself. Ing Qingyu curled his lips and then left the small house. Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are still inside the house. They are using heavenly rune bead to cultivate. Because they have been using heavenly rune bead for many years, the power they cultivate is very special and there are no side effects. If other people cultivate with heavenly rune bead for a long time, their power would gradually become weaker. Qin Yun walked over and knocked on the door. Kong Feiqing promptly opened the door and asked, Xiao Yun, what's the matter? Mengshu and Xiao Tian should be back today. At that time, you two will enter 100 Pagoda sect with them. They will enter the same pagoda. You mother and daughter will also be together. Qin Yun said. Many thanks, A Yun. Gong Fian said with grateful expression. You are welcome. I am very grateful to you for obtaining that heavenly rune. Qin Yun said with smile. That heavenly rune is very useful to him. Kong Feiqing charmingly smiled. Xiao Yun, wait for Big Sister to become stronger. I will surely help you capture Yi Yaoxue. Many thanks, Big Sister Kong. Qin Yun said with smile. No need to be polite. Kong Feiqing caressed Qin Yun's handsome face with smile. At this time, Qin Yun's sound transmission conch buzzed. He promptly took it out and saw that it is Hong Mengshu. Brother Yun, we have passed the assessment. We are on the way to Tian Family Manor. We heard about you and Yi Yaoxue's matter. Yi Yaoxue's fame in 100 Pagoda sect is not ordinary. She is also very popular among male disciples. Now you have taken off her underwear, I feel like you are done for. Hong Mengshu said with smile. A Yun, after we enter 100 Pagoda sect, do you want us to help you negotiate with Yi Yaoxue? Give her back her bra. I heard that underwear is a very awesome Dao tool. It is very important to her. Yu Shutian said with smile. Although Yi Yaoxue is very popular, it is all empty. Otherwise she would not have to go everywhere to collect regent origin stones. Wait until we enter 100 Pagoda sect. Oh, that's right, I won't go with you, help me bring 2 people in. Soon after, Qin Yun informed Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian about the mother and daughter duo. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian also agreed to bring them in when the time comes. Qin Yun also found out that Lan Chun has returned to Heaven's Pride City's Divine Inscription Palace. Therefore, he did not wait for Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian and directly left for Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun arrived at Divine Inscription Palace and very quickly found Lan Chun. Lan Chun saw Qin Yun arrive and very enthusiastically received him. He promptly brought Qin Yun to a very luxurious private room and ordered many dishes. Qin Yun also began eating without any politeness and said with smile, Old Lan, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic towards me? Lan Chen said. Qin Yun, it is all thanks to you carving star totem on my martial spirit. My strength increased greatly and all aspects improved by a lot. Otherwise I would not have been able to smoothly pass the assessment. Then Old Lan, how will you thank me? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun, you are now much richer than me. I know that you obtained 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones from City Master Morong's birthday banquet. That is something I am very envious of. Lan Chen said with bitter smile. Therefore, this poor ghost can only treat you to a meal. Old Lan, you should know that I have a conflict with Yi Yaoshua, right? Qin Yun asked. You brat, you are truly awesome, Lan Chen said with evil smile. Many male disciples of 100 Pagoda sect want to suppress you because of this matter. Qin Yun said, originally I wanted to enter 100 Pagoda sect with Mengshu or Shao Tian. But now everyone knows that I know them. If I enter with them, my identity will surely be suspected. Therefore, I want you to bring me into 100 Pagoda sect. We will be in the same pagoda, alright? Lan Chen immediately became very happy hearing this and said, no problem. However, when the time comes, don't let people know that you are a venerable master. Chapter 940. Star-traveling pagoda. Lan Chen very much wants Qin Yun to follow him. After all, Qin Yun's venerable master title was bestowed by those half-immortals. Moreover, Qin Yun is the sect master of Inscription Gate and knows how to refine souls. Lan Chen doesn't have anyone to protect him after entering 100 Pagoda sect. If he brings Qin Yun along, it will be a lot better. Qin Yun said, Old Lan, have you inquired about Ba Xie? I have inquired. Rest assured, after I enter, I will find a way to contact Xie Wufeng. Lan Chen said with smile. Lan Chen is also afraid of being bullied inside 100 Pagoda sect. Xie Wufeng is also a very powerful person inside 100 Pagoda sect. Therefore, Lan Chen has already inquired about Xie Wufeng's situation. Qin Yun asked again. Then when can we enter 100 Pagoda sect? Lan Chen took out a token. The token looks like a pagoda, it has Star-Traveling Pagoda written on it. The pagoda I entered is called Star-Traveling Pagoda. After we finish eating, we will immediately enter. I will take you to report first and also let you receive a token like this. Lan Chen said, I passed the assessment, so the token is golden. And if you follow me, your token will be silver. Even though people with silver token are disciples, they cannot enjoy the resources provided by 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun took the golden token, looked at it and said with smile, it doesn't matter, I want to enter 100 Pagoda sect to see if there is anything fun. Lan Chen said, Qin Yun, you control many cultivation resources. The amount provided by 100 Pagoda sect is nothing to you. Of course, even though you have silver token, you can still learn many things inside. Qin Yun also wants to learn many things related to stars. This is also the reason why he wants to enter 100 Pagoda sect. Oh, that's right, you must not expose your identity when the time comes. You have offended Yi Yaoshua, this is not a joke. Lan Chen warned. What is so awesome about Yi Yaoshua? Qin Yun asked. She is a disciple of First Pagoda. The strongest pagoda in 100 Pagoda sect is called First Pagoda. Moreover, she is the chief disciple of First Pagoda. She has many awesome senior brothers and elders. She has been bullied. First Pagoda's disciples will surely help her. Lan Chen is also secretly apprehensive when speaking of Yi Yaoshua. Then what kind of people are her elders? Qin Yun asked again. I did not manage to inquire about her parents and ancestors. I only know that she was taken as a disciple by an old woman from the First Pagoda when she was a child, said Lan Chen. Is Yi Yaoshua's position in 100 Pagoda sect really very high? Then why does she want to collect Regent Origin stones herself? Won't 100 Pagoda sect provide it to her? Qin Yun is very doubtful about this. Qin Yun, do you think regent origin stones are stones that can be easily obtained? Yi Yaoxue is so young, yet she is so powerful. First Pagoda has provided her with many resources. Yi Yaoxue also knows that she is occupying too many resources, so she rejected First Pagoda's offer and only took her own share. Then she will look for other resources. Lan Chen said with smile. I have to say, this Yi Yaoxue is really not bad. Qin Yun said with smile. I thought the matter of her being popular was all fake. Because nobody gave her regent origin stones, aren't they just high-quality regent origin stones? There are so many young masters, even if each of them gave one to her, she would not be able to use them all. Lan Chen has a speechless expression as he said, Qin Yun, I already said that regent origin stones are not stones. Not to mention high-quality regent origin stones, even low-quality regent origin stones are very precious. Those young masters, no matter how much they squander, they will not casually give away high-quality regent origin stones. Of course, if they give away high-quality regent origin stones, it would be more like marrying Yi Yaoxue. Even old martial emperors who have high-quality regent origin stones are keeping them for their own use. They can't even bear to give them to their sons, let alone give them to a woman they can't even touch. How can they be like you, casually giving away a king-quality regent origin stone to a woman, truly a wastrel? Ling Yuner delicately giggled and said in Qin Yun's mind, Xiao Yun, you have regent stone mothers, moreover you also have many regent origin stones, you are the one who thinks that it is nothing. Lan Chen very disdainfully looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, later if you have regent origin stones, don't carelessly give them away, keep them for your own use. Qin Yun did not give away the regent origin stone, Yu Shutian returned it to him. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Lan Chen and Qin Yun finished eating, then left Divine Inscription Palace and left Heaven's Pride City. Lan Chen took out his golden command token, it will guide him to Star Traveling Pagoda. I inquired, Star Traveling Pagoda and Miss Yu's group are not far from Ancient Star Pagoda, Lan Chen said. His golden command token flickered and flickered, guiding the way. After leaving Heaven's Pride City, they can see a large mountain on the east side. There are many towering pagodas. Many huge pagodas are towering on the mountain, they look like heaven-supporting pillars. The majestic mountain seems somewhat dim in front of the huge pagodas. Although these 100 pagodas are very far apart from each other, they are all connected to each other. These 100 pagodas also form a very large formation. 100 Pagoda Heaven-Raising Formation is the largest and strongest formation in Xian Domain. It is said that it covers a radius of 10,000 li, even if a star falls down, it can block it, Lan Chen said. They are also flying over a very tall and very large square pagoda. Can it block heavenly tribulation? Qin Yun curiously asked. It can. But after leaving the 100 Pagoda Heaven-Raising Formation, the heavenly tribulation will sense it. Lan Chen looked at a 10,000-meter-tall pagoda and said, Some pagodas are renovated or rebuilt, some have existed since the beginning. Are the more ancient pagodas stronger? Qin Yun asked. He looked all around, looking at the various pagodas. Of course not. The newer pagodas are, the more powerful they are. Because only powerful pagodas have enough resources to rebuild or renovate them. Lan Chen said with sigh. The star-traveling pagoda we are going to is an ancient pagoda. It is said to be very short, the shortest pagoda in 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun said with smile. It doesn't matter, we are going there to learn knowledge. Lan Chen has star totem, so he doesn't need to rely too much on resources. Yu Shutian said that entering Star Traveling Pagoda will be very helpful for traveling through the starry sky in the future, that is why Lan Chen wants to go. So long as they become the first pagoda, they will change their name to First Pagoda. If they lose their ranking, they will revert to their original name. Lan Chun looked at the top of the six-sided pagoda in the distance and said, "That is the first pagoda, the tallest and the biggest pagoda. It has tens of thousands of disciples. It is said that if all the disciples of first pagoda move out, they can sweep through second to 10th pagoda. Their strength is very formidable. It will be very difficult to shake their position in a short period of time. And First Pagoda's Pagoda Master is also the sect master of 100 Pagoda sect. 100 Pagoda sect has 1 sect master, 10 elders, 4 law protectors and 3 grand elders. And First Pagoda has 1 sect master, 3 elders, 1 grand elder and 2 law protectors. Moreover, they have good relationship with 30 pagoda masters." Lan Chun glanced at Qin Yun and said, "Now do you know how awesome that little girl Yi Yaoshua is?" Qin Yun laughed. He is not the least bit afraid. First Pagoda is the overlord of 100 Pagoda sect. But Qin Yun is a very experienced and knowledgeable person. Moreover, he has Divine Tool Sun Soul, 9 Sun Divine Soul and Yao Fang, a formidable immortal king. He has nothing to fear. Xie Wufeng and Hong Yen are in Divine Sword Pagoda. Huazhong and Murong Shaoran are in Heavenly Beast Pagoda. Heavenly Beast Pagoda is ranked 9th. Divine Sword Pagoda is ranked 2nd. It is also a very good pagoda. Lan Chun said, "What about the star-traveling pagoda we are going to? What is its rank?" Qin Yun asked. "I don't know, there are only 50 pagoda. Those below 50 are not ranked, nobody cares. In any case, star-traveling pagoda cannot enter top 50. Lan Chun said with smile. "This is also good, at least our star-traveling pagoda will not receive that much attention, we can calmly study." Qin Yun and Lan Chun are chatting while flying. They are passing through many huge and magnificent pagoda. At dusk, they arrived beside a very large lake. The lake is dyed bright red by the setting sun. There is a 10-storied old wooden pagoda beside the lake. This old wooden pagoda looks like it can be blown down by a gust of wind. Moreover, there are many weapon attack marks on the outside of the pagoda. There is a missing corner sign hanging on the door of the first floor, Star Traveling Pagoda. Not a single one of those 3 words is complete, they are all faded. Motherfucker! This star-traveling pagoda is so much worse than I expected. Lan Chun has the urge to raise his head to the sky and curse. Is Ancient Star Pagoda better than this place? Qin Yun asked. Ancient Star Pagoda, ranked 35, of course it is very good. Lan Chun sighed and said, "Forget it, we are already here, what can we do? The door is wide open because there is no door at all. It is truly rotten." Lan Chun grumbled. An old man with messy white hair, wearing gray clothes, hastily ran out and said with smile, "Are you Lan Chun? Hello, junior brother Lan." Qin Yun and Qin Yun looked at each other because they believed that this old man should be a pagoda master or an elder of the pagoda, but he is actually just a disciple. Pagoda master, junior brother Lan has arrived, junior brother Lan has arrived," the old man yelled. Soon after, a large group of old men ran down. There are more than a dozen of them. "Hello, junior brother, hello, junior brother." These old men are all very old, their backs are hunched, it looks like they are going to die at any time. Qin Yun looked at these old men. Most of them are martial kings. There are a few martial emperors among them who look like they are completely exhausted. At this time, an old granny slowly walked over while leaning on a walking stick. She is not that old, moreover she is also a half-immortal. Although Lan Chun is completely disappointed in his heart, he still politely said, "Greetings, Pagoda Master. I am Lan Chun, this is the silver disciple I brought, his name is Qin Shao Yun." On the road, Lan Chun said that this Pagoda Master is called Granny Star. She is a very kind and benevolent person. "Hello, little junior brother, hello, little junior brother," those old men very happily yelled. "Hello, senior brothers." Qin Yun also yelled with smile on his face. He feels very strange to have such a group of old senior brothers. That's right, Pagoda Master. According to reason, there should be another golden disciple. Did he not come? Lan Chen said. That's right, he passed the assessment together with me. Every pagoda recruits 2 golden disciples, then the 2 disciples they brought are silver disciple. Granny Star said with sigh. He was scared away, he threw down the golden disciple and left. She finished speaking, handed over the golden disciple to Qin Yun, and said with smile, Xiao Yun, I have modified this golden disciple, from now on you will be our star-traveling pagoda's golden disciple. Lan Chen feels like he is being screwed by a dog because he passed the assessment with great difficulty to become a golden disciple. Chapter 941. Star Teleporter. Granny Star very quickly finished making a golden token, handed it over to Qin Yun and said with smile, Drip blood on it. Qin Yun felt somewhat worried as he asked, Pagoda Master, I didn't pass the assessment and yet I can become a golden disciple. Will that be all right? Lan Chen worriedly said, Pagoda Master, I heard that 100 Pagoda sect is very strict with their disciples. Xiao Yun didn't pass the test and directly became a gold disciple. Will he be blamed? Qin Yun heard that 100 Pagoda sect's official disciple recruitment is very strict, only those who pass the assessment can enter. Granny Star chuckled and said, Relax, our star-traveling pagoda is so broken, no one will care about our disciples. These words caused Qin Yun and Lan Chen to feel strange in their hearts, they feel like vomiting blood. Qin Yun also dripped blood on the gold medal. From now on, he is Star-Traveling Pagoda's gold medal disciple. Pagoda Master, do our Star-Traveling Pagoda only have these people? Qin Yun looked at those old men. Indeed, originally there were a few more but they all died yesterday. Granny Star said with sigh. Greetings, senior brothers. Lan Chen bowed towards those elders. Qin Yun followed Lan Chen and bowed to those senior brothers. Those senior brothers are very happy because after so many years, their star-traveling pagoda finally has new disciples. Star-traveling pagoda's people are all very old, there is not a single middle-aged person, it can be seen how serious the gap in the middle is. Granny Star said, You 2 youngsters, don't look down on our star-traveling pagoda. Although our star-traveling pagoda is rather shabby, we have a very glorious history. When 100 Pagoda sect was founded, our star-traveling pagoda was the first pagoda. As she spoke, she pointed at a stone tablet erected in the corner of the first floor's hall. Sure enough, the 3 words First Pagoda were written on it. Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he asked, Pagoda Master, how did our star-traveling pagoda become the first pagoda back then? Granny Star's eyes are filled with reminiscence, she said. We can obtain large amount of starry sky resources. Our star-traveling pagoda's first pagoda master traversed many galaxies and brought back a great amount of cultivation resources. Later, because some disciples frequently went to the starry sky and then disappeared or never came back, it caused our star-traveling pagoda to decline. Lan Chen frowned and said, Pagoda Master, how do you obtain cultivation resources now? Senior brothers, you look so old. Is it because you don't have enough cultivation resources? Granny Star let out a long sigh and said, Don't mention it. In the past, because one of our pagoda masters made a mistake, our star-traveling pagoda's resources for 30,000 years were deducted. In the future, you can just call me Granny Star. Star-traveling pagoda has become like this. I don't have the qualifications to be the pagoda master. When Lan Chen came here, he knew that star-traveling pagoda's resources are not many. But now it seems like the situation is even worse than he imagined. Luckily he and Qin Yun can survive without relying on resources. Granny Star, how many years will it take before we can obtain resources? Qin Yun asked. Another 8,000 years. Granny Star shook her head and sighed. It is all because of our pagoda master. He was too impulsive back then and killed the pagoda master and a group of pagoda stewards in one breath. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "This should have nothing to do with star-traveling pagoda. Star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master must have also been punished, right?" Granny Star also said very angrily, "Indeed. It indeed has nothing to do with us younger generation. But Vast Yang Pagoda suffered disastrous losses back then. They wanted us to compensate, so they deducted our resources for 30,000 years. Now Vast Yang Pagoda is the first pagoda. It's also because of our resources that they were able to grow so quickly." Lan Qin said in amazement, "So 100 Pagoda sect has this kind of history? Vast Yang Pagoda has been the first pagoda for so long and has so many disciples. It is all because they have seized star-traveling pagoda's resources." "That's right. Our star-traveling pagoda once made great contributions, so we obtained a lot of resources. Then they were taken away by Vast Yang Pagoda." Granny Star is filled with helplessness and anger while talking about the past. Lan Qin looked at the simple and crude first-floor hall and said, "Star-traveling pagoda has existed for more than 20,000 years. It is already very good." Granny Star said, "Junior brothers, don't be discouraged. Don't be scared away by the current situation. Our star-traveling pagoda was once prosperous. Our foundation is still there." Other senior brothers also promptly nodded. Lan Qin rubbed his bald head and asked, "Granny Star, we came here to study starry sky knowledge. Do you still have that knowledge?" Granny Star nodded and said with smile, "Of course it is. It is our star-traveling pagoda's most precious thing." "Very good. Can we go take a look now?" Qin Yun asked. "Of course you can. Come, follow me," Granny Star said. Granny Star brought Qin Yun and Lan Qin to a corner. Qin Yun pointed at another direction and said, "Granny Star, the stairs are over there." Granny Star said with smile, "Our star-traveling pagoda's knowledge is not in this broken pagoda." Qin Yun and Lan Qin are somewhat amazed. They looked at each other and are secretly looking forward to it. After Granny Star arrived at a corner, she said, "Look below, can you see anything?" Qin Yun saw with a glance that there is a 3-meter-wide ring at this corner. He carefully looked and his expression immediately became filled with shock as he said, "Teleportation formation." Granny Star and other senior brothers also have shocked expression on their faces. "Xiao Yun, how do you know?" Granny Star asked in alarm. I studied runes for a period of time. That's why I can recognize it." Qin Yun laughed. Qin Yun is also very amazed seeing this teleportation formation because it is completely different from the ones he saw before. The majority of the teleportation formation under his feet have star and moon runes, followed by sun runes. There are no Dao runes. This means that this is a starry sky teleportation formation. It is not a teleportation formation on the ground. Granny Star said, "Let's go, I will bring you to our star-traveling pagoda's library." Granny Star activated the teleportation formation and disappeared from the corner of star-traveling pagoda in a short while. Qin Yun and Lan Qin's eyes flashed with a burst of brightly colored light and then they arrived at an unknown place. "This is..." Qin Yun raised his head and saw a huge cyan-colored star. It gave him a kind of oppressive feeling. There are many multicolored huge stars all around in all directions. They are slowly moving and rotating, as if they are going to press down at any moment. Lan Qin jumped in fright seeing those huge stars all around. "We are on a very small star," Granny Star said with smile. Qin Yun and Lan Qin looked below their feet. There is also a teleportation formation, and there is a very large house ahead. Granny Star pointed at the stars all around and said, "Although these stars are incomparably huge, don't worry, they won't collide with us. These stars were originally placed here by our star-traveling pagoda's seniors to protect this place. A super great formation set up by stars." Qin Yun deeply inhaled a mouthful of cold air. he cannot help but admire the strength of Star Traveling Pagoda's seniors. He is also secretly excited in his heart, because this means that Star Traveling Pagoda must have a great amount of star formation inheritance. There will be even more star runes. Let's go, we will go. Granny Star is also very happy because she can see that Qin Yun and Lan Chen are very sincere in learning knowledge. Their star-traveling pagoda has not had any young people for many years. It is mainly because they were scared away. Granny Star, those senior brothers are so old, don't you think of a way to help them break through? If they don't break through, they will die of old age. Qin Yun said. There is no way. If they want to break through, they can only think of a way to obtain a great amount of energy. But we don't have resources, they are also very old, they don't have enough energy to fight for it. Granny Star let out a long sigh and said, There were many young people who joined our star-traveling pagoda before, but many of them wanted to swindle our knowledge, so I drove them away. As time passed, the number of disciples left became fewer and fewer, they also became older and older. But they are all very loyal to Star Traveling Pagoda. Lan Chen said, Granny Star, are you sure that we are not here to swindle our knowledge? Granny Star said with chuckle. As long as you can smoothly enter that star-picking pavilion, it means that you are sincere in joining our Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun suddenly became somewhat worried and said, Granny Star, I am afraid that I won't be able to smoothly enter. Granny Star pulled Qin Yun's hand and said with smile, Xiao Yun, what is your purpose in coming to Star Traveling Pagoda? Qin Yun said, To study knowledge. Then, I saw that Star Traveling Pagoda is in such a bad condition, I also want to help Star Traveling Pagoda and make it better. That's good. Granny Star said with smile, then pulled Qin Yun and quickly rushed towards that 3-story tall pavilion. The entrance is open but there is a barrier around it. Granny Star brought Qin Yun and quickly entered the star-picking pavilion's entrance. Hee, we have smoothly entered. Xiao Yun, you are now our Star-Traveling Pagoda's disciple. Granny Star looked at Lan Chen and yelled, Xiao Lan, quickly come in. Lan Chen somewhat guiltily rushed over and also smoothly passed through the entrance. What is the principle behind this barrier? It can actually detect whether someone is sincere or not. Lan Chen looked at the barrier and asked in amazement. This is something our Star-Traveling Pagoda's seniors created. Many spies were unable to pass through anyway. Granny Star became even more happy because Qin Yun and Lan Chen have been acknowledged. After Qin Yun and Lan Chen entered, they saw many bookshelves. This caused them to have a headache because there are simply too many books. Granny Star, what should we study? Qin Yun asked in confusion. Xiao Yun, which aspect of star knowledge are you interested in? Granny Star asked. I like star formation and star runes. Then I want to study all kinds of star resources, star spirits, star totems, star martial spirits and so on. I heard that moon and 9 suns are also a kind of star. I am very interested in these 2 aspects. Qin Yun said while thinking. Xiao Yun, this is very extensive. Granny Star said in amazement and then looked at Lan Chen. Lan Chen said, I want to study how to use star totems' power. Furthermore, I want to travel the star ocean. I want to study these 2 aspects. Chapter 942. Pagoda Master Qin Yun and Lan Chen are sitting at a table near the wall, patiently waiting for Granny Star to find books. Granny Star ran up and down, took out thick and old books from the bookshelf, and put them into 2 storage bags. Less than half a day later, Granny Star finished busying herself, then took out 2 storage bags and handed them over to Qin Yun and Lan Chen. Qin Yun and Lan Chen took the bags and looked inside. They found out that there are many books inside. Granny Star said with smile, Take out the books and put them on the ground. I will teach you how to read books. Qin Yun and Lan Chen are somewhat doubtful. They can read books, there is no need to teach them. They doubtfully took out the books from the storage bags and put them on the ground. Qin Yun has the most books in his storage bag. There are more than 20 books. Lan Chen only has 5 books. Granny Star said, "When you open a book, you will see a book spirit. So long as you absorb the book spirit, the book's knowledge will appear in your mind. If you have time, you can absorb the book spirit bit by bit and obtain knowledge." Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration and said, "Won't it be very easy to obtain great amount of knowledge?" "Of course not, you need to absorb the book spirit bit by bit. It won't appear in your mind all at once. This is to let you comprehend the knowledge better." Granny Star stroked Qin Yun's head and said with smile. Qin Yun opened a book and a ball of white light appeared inside. "Close your eyes and calmly sense the book spirit. Then let the book spirit consciously fuse with your soul," Granny Star said again. Qin Yun and Lan Chen followed Granny Star's instructions, and very soon they successfully absorbed the book spirit. "Granny Star, will these books become useless in the future?" Qin Yun curiously asked. "Of course not, these books are placed here. After a period of time, they will be able to breed a new book soul. These books and this star-picking pavilion are the crystallization of the wisdom of the seniors." Granny Star kindly looked at Qin Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, quickly absorb the book spirit." Qin Yun nodded. He quickly opened one book after another, absorbed the book spirit and stored the content inside his illusory space. In the illusory space, Ling Yun could also obtain that knowledge, which made her very excited. She kept flapping her little wings and flying around to read books. "Xiao Yun, your absorption speed is very fast, much faster than Xiao Lan," Granny Star said with smile. "It seems like your soul is very strong." Qin Yun smiled and continued flipping through the books to absorb the book souls. He had absorbed 8 book souls, while Lan Chen had only absorbed 4. Of course, Lan Chen only had 5 books. He only needed to absorb 1 more. After Lan Chen finished absorbing the book souls of the 5 books, he closed his eyes and tried to read the knowledge. The process is rather easy, Lan Chen said with very satisfied smile. "Granny Star, does Star Traveling Pagoda have any martial arts?" "No. Each pagoda doesn't have their own martial arts. 100 Pagoda sect only provides cultivation resources and environment. If you want martial arts, you will have to use Regent Origin Stones to buy them from First Pagoda. Only First Pagoda has the qualification to sell all martial arts of 100 Pagoda sect," Granny Star said. Qin Yun cursed softly. "If it's a good martial art, wouldn't it be able to be sold many times?" Granny Star said with sigh. "That is why First Pagoda is so strong. Of course, I can also impart some martial arts and martial skills to you, but they might not be suitable for you. First Pagoda sells martial arts that are similar to book souls. Moreover, they contain the insights of some experts, so the price is very high. Qin Yun has mastered some pretty good martial arts and cultivation methods. It is enough for now. If you have time, you can go to First Pagoda to take a look." First Pagoda relies on selling cultivation method souls to accumulate many Regent Origin Stones. They use them to cultivate many outstanding disciples, allowing First Pagoda to maintain its position as the #1 pagoda. This way, they will always have the qualification to sell cultivation methods. Qin Yun and Lan Chen entered 100 Pagoda sect and found out that there are so many rules inside 100 Pagoda sect. He absorbed the book souls of those 20 books, and planned to carefully absorb the contents in the future when he had time. "Alright, let's go back." Granny Star is very happy. Her face is filled with beaming smile because her star-traveling pagoda finally has new disciples. Qin Yun and Lan Chen left Star-Picking Pavilion. Qin Yun looked at the huge stars in the sky and said, "Granny Star, there must be a lot of energy inside these stars. Can we absorb them and use them for cultivation?" Originally there was a star origin great formation here. It can condense star power. It was also the foundation of our star-traveling pagoda. but it was destroyed by First Pagoda. Granny Star became very angry talking about this matter. After it was destroyed, no one was able to set it up again. This is also one of the reasons why our star-traveling pagoda declined. Qin Yun immediately floated up, looked down and said, "Granny Star, is the star-picking pavilion at the center of the formation?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Xiao Yun, how do you know?" Granny Star said in amazement. "I can see it." Qin Yun floated in the sky and used Extinction Spirit Eye to see that there is a very large ring revolving around the star-picking pavilion. Naked eye cannot see this ring. Qin Yun can use Extinction Spirit Eye to see it. Because this ring is formed from densely packed runes, it has been severely damaged, but there is still remnant energy inside. Qin Yun cannot help but exclaim in admiration because these runes have been damaged for many years, but the runes inside the formation are still very active. "Granny Star, I might be able to restore it, but I need help." Qin Yun said, "It would be best if I can find the runes of this great formation. It will be even easier to restore it." Granny Star looked at Qin Yun in amazement and said, "Xiao Yun, the blueprint of the great formation is in my hands. Come down and take a look." Qin Yun promptly landed on the ground. Granny Star spread out a very large beast skin paper. There is only one large ring on it. It is carved with complete dark runes. The star-picking pavilion in the middle has not been drawn. Qin Yun carefully looked and said, "They are all star runes. The most important thing is that the formation foundation, the star-picking pavilion, has not been destroyed. The star runes on the outside are the easiest part. I should be able to restore them." Star-traveling pagodas seniors are truly awesome. They directly refined the star-picking pavilion into the formation foundation. Moreover, it is very stable. First Pagoda also destroyed the ring on the outside. They should not have known that the star-picking pavilion is the most important formation foundation. Granny Star is somewhat excited and said, "Xiao Yun, you are truly awesome. We actually did not know about this. Back then many seniors were either killed, captured or ran away. Only star-traveling pagoda and star-picking pavilion, as well as many low-level disciples remained. Back then, I was the most important disciple. That is why I became the pagoda master." Qin Yun said with frown, "It seems like there is some hidden conflict between star-traveling pagoda and First Pagoda that led to such an intense conflict back then." Granny Star shook her head and said, "I was very young back then. I did not know what happened. I inexplicably received the Pagoda Master token and became the Pagoda Master. In a flash, more than 20,000 years passed by." Qin Yun said, "Granny Star, can you call those senior brothers over? I need their help. I need them to condense a great amount of star spirit power." "Alright, I will call them over." Granny Star is very excited and said, "Xiaolan, you are a new disciple. You will represent our star-traveling pagoda and participate in the new disciple competition. Just go and join in the fun, don't worry about ranking." Granny Star brought Lan Chen towards the teleportation formation and told him about the new disciple competition. The teleportation formation is also inside the Star Origin Great Formation. Qin Yun waited for less than half an hour. Those senior brothers arrived one after another through the teleportation formation. Under Qin Yun's guidance, they floated in the sky and formed a circle. Then they began condensing star spirit power together. The power of the star souls that they condensed were all channeled into that huge ring. Very soon, the dust on the surface of the circle flashed and a golden circle appeared. "Senior brothers, persevere for a period of time." Qin Yun yelled. "He is walking on the circle. It is as if he is walking on a wide golden road. He can see many small star runes on the surface. They are all broken. If I use mental resonance Xian Pen to repair them bit by bit, I don't know how long it will take." Qin Yun frowned. His heart is somewhat heavy. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Yuner, help me use Nether Sun to devour the star spirit power released by those senior brothers." "Alright." Ling Yuner promptly did as instructed. Granny Star is at the side. She can see that the star spirit power released by those senior brothers are all pouring into Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun is walking on the golden road. He spread open his arms and released a great amount of star spirit power. He directly used Nether Sun mental power to envelop the damaged star runes and then used Star Lord inscription spirit to quickly repair the damaged star runes. Granny Star is incomparably shocked seeing this from the side. She has been looking for many inscription masters to repair this star origin great formation for many years, but none of them could repair it. Apparently, Qin Yun can very easily repair a large number of damaged star runes by himself. Granny Star is a very experienced and knowledgeable person, but she doesn't know how Qin Yun did it. Those senior brothers floating in the sky have been strenuously looking for a method to repair the formation for many years, but to no avail. Now that they see Qin Yun can repair it, they are endlessly pleasantly surprised. Granny Star and those senior brothers sincerely hope that Star Traveling Pagoda will become better. Therefore, they pass the test of Star Picking Pavilion and are very loyal and devoted. Qin Yun is very relieved to help them because none of them are bad people. Moreover, repairing the star origin great formation will be very helpful to him. Granny Star, how long will it take for senior brother Lon to participate in the martial arts competition? Qin Yun asked. He will be gone for about a month. It is a competition where some disciples exchange pointers and then go out to gain experience. Granny Star said with smile. Xiao Yun, if you can repair the star origin great formation, you will be our pagoda master. I don't dare. Qin Yun promptly refused. Chapter 943. Battle of the First Pagoda. Qin Yun does not want to be a pagoda master. It is very tiring and he has to do many things. Granny Star, I want to cultivate in peace. I don't want to be pagoda master. Qin Yun said with smile. You are doing well, continue being pagoda master. Xiao Yun, if it was someone else, they would definitely be eager to become the tower master. Why did you refuse? Granny Star is somewhat unable to understand, she continued. Although our star traveling pagoda is broken down, if we become pagoda master, we will have a certain status. Granny Star, if I become pagoda master, I won't have time to take care of star traveling pagoda's matters. I am very anxious to become stronger. Moreover, I sometimes go out and have no idea when I will return. Qin Yun said with bitter smile. Please spare me. Granny Star said with smile. That is easy. You will be the pagoda master and I will be the vice pagoda master. I will help you manage star traveling pagoda, is that fine? After all, I've already made an agreement with the senior brothers that whoever can repair our star origin grand array will become the tower master. Qin Yun looked at those old senior brothers floating in the sky and said in low voice, Granny Star, I am only late-stage martial king, how can I become pagoda master? Will my senior brothers not be convinced by me? When the senior brothers heard this, they all expressed their support for Qin Yun to become the pagoda master. Qin Yun is still repairing the star runes. He has not completely repaired the star origin grand array, but it looks like he will be able to repair it very soon. Granny Star said with smile, You see, everyone agrees with you, don't refuse. When I was the pagoda master, I was only a middle martial king realm cultivator. It'll be fine. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, Let's talk about it after I repair the star origin great array. He was very satisfied that he could become a gold disciple from a silver disciple. But now, he was going to be the pagoda master. He couldn't get used to it. He had already planned to keep a low profile. If he became the pagoda master, wouldn't he be very famous? Granny Star said again. Our star traveling pagoda's pagoda master selection has nothing to do with other pagoda. You don't have to worry about being looked down upon by the other pagoda masters. Many pagodas have had martial kings as pagoda masters before. Qin Yun nodded and said, Let's have a good discussion after we repair the star origin grand array. Besides, without the help of senior brothers, I would not be able to repair this celestial essence grand array. I don't dare to take all the credit. An old senior brother said with a smile, Little Yun, if you hadn't taken the lead to repair the star origin great array, we might have died of old age. This is all thanks to you. The other senior brothers also nodded in agreement. Qin Yun felt that he was definitely going to be the pagoda master. Granny Star and those tens of senior brothers are all very happy right now. The astral souls they released seem to be filled with a joyous aura. Only Qin Yun is somewhat gloomy because he wants to become the pagoda master. After more than 10 days, Qin Yun and dozens of senior brothers worked together to finally repair the ring outside. The moment it was repaired, the star-picking pavilion shone brightly. The stars in the surroundings shone with all sorts of starlight. The star-picking pavilion absorbed the power of the giant star in the sky and immediately became extremely beautiful. Its entire body turned into white jade, like a jade building surrounded by immortal energy. Very good, very good. Granny Star is very excited and promptly supported Qin Yun. Qin Yun was nearly drained of Elysian Moon's psyche power. Everyone enter! Granny Star yelled and then brought Qin Yun into the star-picking pavilion. The interior of the star-picking pavilion is filled with dense star power. As soon as Qin Yun entered, he began absorbing the star power. His nether moon also became very active, greedily absorbing the star power to restore his mental power. What caused Qin Yun to be amazed is that those old and yellowed books on the bookshelves have now become very gorgeous. The covers of these books look like crystals. Blue, red, golden, white, all kinds of crystal covers are lingering with sparkling radiance. It is very beautiful. It is as if the star-picking pavilion has suddenly come back to life. The star-picking pavilion has finally come back to life. Our star-traveling pagoda won't have to suffer anymore. Granny Star is very excited. The star-picking pavilion has several floors. Each floor is very big and can accommodate many people. Those senior brothers are either sitting on the ground or sitting on chairs to absorb the dense star power. Qin Yun suddenly discovered that the star power is filled with faint immortal energy. He suspects that there is a very large immortal origin inside this small star. Are all senior brothers star martial artists? Qin Yun asked. Indeed. For many years, they have been cultivating star power according to star-traveling pagoda's cultivation method. Now that the star origin great formation has been restored, they will surely break through very quickly and have a very long lifespan. Granny Star said with smile. Such a rich star power would be of great help to those senior apprentice brothers. Many senior brothers whose faces are filled with wrinkles, after absorbing the star power for a while, it is as if they are being nourished and their wrinkles gradually reduced. Xiao Yun, I will give you the pagoda master token. Granny Star took out a crystal token, placed it on her palm and said, Xiao Yun, place your hand on the token. I will hand over the pagoda master position to you. Granny Star, you should take over. I don't care about the pagoda master position, Qin Yun said with smile. That won't do, I am a man of my word. Rest assured, you only need to accept the pagoda master position. Other matters of star-traveling pagoda will be handled by me and other senior brothers. It will not take up your time, Granny Star said with benevolent smile. Granny Star can see that Qin Yun's rune restoration ability is top-notch. She is also very curious as to why Qin Yun is so awesome, but she did not ask. Alright. Qin Yun placed his hand on Granny Star's crystal token. Just wait for a while, Granny Star said. Qin Yun nodded. Very soon, he sensed that the crystal token is gradually reacting with him. It is a very subtle feeling. After a while, Qin Yun said in amazement, Granny Star, this crystal token seems very awesome. Granny Star said with smile, Xiao Yun, you are indeed worthy of being a brilliant inscription master. You can actually see through it. This is a very strong thing, It has been refined and improved by us pagoda masters. As for what kind of ability it has, you can discover it yourself. Qin Yun nodded and began earnestly fiddling with the crystal token. Oh, that's right, Xiao Yun. You are now the pagoda master, but you are still young and your cultivation is low. You can still participate in 100 pagoda sex activities and obtain resources. Granny Star said with smile. Furthermore, you hold our star traveling pagoda's sacred star token, so you are the pagoda master. You are the same generation as all the pagoda masters. Apart from the pagoda masters, everyone else must call you senior. Qin Yun said with smile. There is no need for such etiquette in our star-traveling pagoda. From now on, you are still Granny Star, senior brothers are still senior brothers. You can just call me Xiao Yun. Granny Star nodded with smile. Let's go, let's go. Let's see if Xiao Lan has returned or not. Other senior brothers are still cultivating here. Qin Yun and Granny Star left through the starry sky teleportation formation and arrived at the shabby star-traveling pagoda. As soon as Qin Yun came out, he sensed a familiar aura. Lan Chun has returned. Apart from him, there is also another acquaintance. It is a white-clothed, grave and stern-looking one-armed man. He is precisely Xie Wufeng. Boss Xie. When Qin Yun saw Xie Wufeng, he excitedly rushed over and grabbed Xie Wufeng's shoulders. Old boy Yun. Xie Wufeng faintly smiled, then patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile. Long time no see. If my guess is not wrong, that venerable master whose name shook 100 Pagoda City is you, old boy. Boss Xie, you are also very awesome. You are just peak martial king, yet you are evenly matched with Murong Tianjia. Qin Yun said with smile. Xie Wufeng is also very excited to see Qin Yun here. When they were young, they experienced many things together. Then they were separated for a very long time, and now they finally meet again. Lan Chun said with smile. Xiao Yun, I found out that Xiao Xie has arrived during the martial arts competition. I sent him sound transmission saying that you are here, and he immediately came with me. Granny Star said with smile. Xiao Yun, so you are the venerable master whose name has shaken 100 Pagoda City, no wonder. Xie Wufeng looked all around and said with sigh. Star-traveling pagoda has fallen into such dire straits, it is all thanks to First Pagoda. Xiao Yun, I believe that with your ability, you can surely bring back Star-traveling pagoda's former glory. Xie Wufeng is very familiar with Star-traveling pagoda's history. He is also very clear about Qin Yun's ability. Granny Star said, Xiao Xie, you are from Divine Sword Pagoda. I heard that you are preparing to challenge First Pagoda to fight for first place. Do you have confidence? Xie Wufeng shook his head. I was ordered to probe Yi Yaoshua's strength. She is very strong. Our Divine Sword Pagoda's late-stage martial emperors will find it very difficult to defeat her. Yi Yaoshua is the chief disciple, she is mid-stage martial emperor. The highest one can challenge her is late-stage martial emperor. And she is ranked 10th in the entire 100 Pagoda sect. The 9 people above her are all peak martial emperors. Therefore, if one wants to defeat Yi Yaoshua, one must be peak martial emperor. Just like this, First Pagoda's chief disciple will be able to steadily defend against her. To obtain the title of First Pagoda, Pagoda Master must defeat Pagoda Master, Chief Disciple must defeat Chief Disciple. Finally, they must compare the power of Pagoda's beast. Only by winning in all aspects can one become First Pagoda. Granny Star said with sigh. Xie Wufeng nodded. Indeed, our Divine Sword Pagoda's Pagoda Master can defeat First Pagoda's Pagoda Master, but we cannot defeat Chief Disciple and Pagoda Beast. So after I probed Yi Yaoshua's strength, we gave up on challenging First Pagoda. Lan Chen said, Xiao Yun, didn't you help Kong Feiqing become peak martial king and break through to martial emperor? You should also help Xiao Xie break through. Xie Wufeng said with smile. Old Lan, that is just a rumor. I only need some time to become peak martial king. How can it be easy to steadily break through? Even our pagoda master can't do anything about it. Qin Yun said with smile. Boss Xie, you are looking down on me. I can really do it. Lan Qin said with mischievous smile. Xiao Xie, your little brother Yun's great master title is not just for show. Chapter 944. Revival. Granny Star is also looking at Qin Yun with amazement. Peak Martial King and Martial Emperor are only one step apart. Generally speaking, as long as one's talent is not bad, one can break through after enduring for a period of time. As for how long one must endure, it varies from person to person, moreover it also depends on luck. Some people can endure for thousands to tens of thousands of years and still not be able to break through. And Qin Yun can forcibly break through from peak Martial King to Martial Emperor. This kind of ability is simply shocking. Boss Xie, how many Regent Origin Stones do you have? Qin Yun asked. I have 20 mid-quality Regent Origin Stones. After absorbing the energy inside, I will be able to break through. It will take at least 100 years. Xie Wufeng said. Qin Yun took out a talisman and said with smile. Boss Xie, take out your Regent Origin Stone. After Xie Wufeng took out a Regent Origin Stone, Qin Yun stuck the talisman on it. The energy inside the Regent Origin Stone immediately poured out in torrents and flooded the entire hall, illuminating the dilapidated star-traveling pagoda's hall. Qin Yun promptly took off the talisman to prevent the energy inside the Regent Origin Stone from leaking out. Seeing this scene, Granny Star and Xie Wufeng are dumbstruck in shock. Because Qin Yun can actually release the energy inside the Regent Origin Stone very quickly. It must be known that even if a person can absorb energy from many Regent Origin Stones at the same time, it is very limited. Moreover, energy from many Regent Origin Stones repel each other, they cannot be absorbed together. Therefore, one can only absorb energy one by one. But the energy inside the Regent Origin Stone is very difficult to absorb, it requires a very long time. Moreover, Qin Yun used a talisman to make the energy inside the Regent Origin Stone burst out. Boss Xie, this talisman is enough for you to use 20 Regent Origin Stones. I guess you will be able to break through in around 10 days. Qin Yun faintly smiled and handed over the talisman to Xie Wufeng. Xie Wufeng deeply inhaled a mouthful of air, suppressing the shock and ecstasy in his heart. He said with smile, Old boy Yun, I will not take your talisman for free. Name a price, it will be very difficult to refine. We are brothers, why are you being so polite with me? I am giving it to you. Qin Yun said with smile. If that little girl wants to kill me in the future, just help me. If I become a martial emperor, even if I can't defeat her, it won't be a problem to block her for a period of time. Xie Wufeng smiled. I heard that she promised to marry you but she went back on her word. Let me know when you're ready to capture her. I'll go with you. Alright. Qin Yun said with smile. Xie Wufeng also knows that Qin Yun doesn't lack anything. Furthermore, Qin Yun doesn't like the things he gave him. Boss Xie, after you become Martial Emperor, can you defeat Murong Tianjia? Qin Yun asked. Of course. Lan Qin replied. When Xiao Xie was a peak stage Martial King, he was able to fight Murong Tianjia to a draw. If he broke through, wouldn't it be even more dreadful? He will definitely crush Murong Tianjia easily. Xie Wufeng just smiled. Boss Xie, there is a Jian family in the ordinary realm with many sword cultivators. If you have the opportunity in the future, maybe you can communicate with them. I can introduce you to them. Qin Yun said with smile. If you see second brother Murong and third brother Hua, don't tell them that I am here. Alright, I will. Xie Wufeng nodded and said, I will go back first. Lan Qin said with smile. I will also go compete, my luck is pretty good, I won a few rounds. Those bastards all thought that I, a disciple of star-traveling pagoda, was a fake and then I defeated them one by one. Xiao Lan, don't force yourself. Don't get injured. Granny Star warned. I know. Lan Chen said with smile, then followed Xie Wufeng and left. Granny Star and Qin Yun sent off Xie Wufeng and Lan Chen and returned to the shabby star traveling pagoda. Xiao Yun, making you the pagoda master is the right decision, Granny Star said with smile. You are a venerable master proficient in inscription. You should know that apart from me, all the previous pagoda masters were inscription masters. I helped you pick out many star runes from the books. You should properly study them. Qin Yun nodded and said, Granny Star, how about we renovate this star-traveling pagoda? Granny Star said with smile, simple renovation will do. This pagoda was attacked by those people from First Pagoda, but it did not collapse. The materials used are very good. Wait for those senior brothers to come out, then we can start renovating it. Alright. Qin Yun sat down. He also hopes that those senior brothers will become more spirited. If he has the help of those senior brothers, he will be able to refine the trap formation very quickly. Granny Star said, Xiao Yun, how about you become the chief disciple? Our star-traveling pagoda still doesn't have a chief disciple. Qin Yun said with smile, I am already the pagoda master, let old Lan be the chief disciple. Granny Star said, the chief disciple must be able to block people one level higher than you. For example, you are now late-stage Martial King, you must be able to block peak-stage Martial Kings. Although Xiaolan is mid-stage Martial King, if a stronger late-stage Martial King comes to challenge him, he won't be able to block. Rest assured, if others come to challenge you, you can also refuse. Qin Yun thought about it and said, All right then. As the chief disciple, I can also challenge people everywhere, right? Granny Star said with smile. Indeed, wait until your strength is enough, then you can go challenge First Pagoda's Yi Yaoxue. That arrogant little girl was very cocky in front of me before, you must marry her. Qin Yun shook his head and laughed. Next, Granny Star told Qin Yun many things regarding the pagoda master position. Although there are internal strife within 100 Pagoda sect, when facing the provocation of external powers, they must unite and work together to repel the external enemies. After all, this is related to the face of the entire 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun also inquired about Dragon sect and the 8-9 Sun sects in passing. He did not gain much information, he only learned that Dragon sect and many other sects are at war. Although they are in a temporary truce, their situation is very dangerous. Qin Yun only hopes that Jian family can seize this opportunity to take down Dragon sect and gain a foothold in Xian domain. Granny Star also left Star Traveling Pagoda to register as the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun also took advantage of this time to read the contents of the book Spirit. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, if there is anything you don't understand you can ask me. I have already read the contents of the book Spirit. Qin Yun said, Is there anything related to ancient domain? There is. Ling Yuner said, There is a book that records about traveling through the star sea. It mentions that there is a star field filled with abundant energy, there are trillions of pavilions floating in the void. Could it be that it is ancient domain? Qin Yun said with frown. It should be. It also says that there are 108 white stars as big as the sun inside the ancient domain. They form a very large formation that protects the inside. Moreover, it can move, sometimes it is very difficult to find. Ling Yuner said again. Does it say how to go there? Qin Yun asked. It does. But it is very far away, it is impossible to find it within 1,000 years. It seems like we can only wait for Xiao Tian. Ling Yuner said. Yushuqian's ancient star pagoda is the same as Star Traveling Pagoda. It has a lot of star knowledge, it is even more than Star Traveling Pagoda. Because Star Traveling Pagoda has declined for 20 to 30,000 years and ancient Star Pagoda has always been developing. Soon after, Qin Yun began reading the Star Rune book and obtained a lot of knowledge regarding the usage of star runes. What caused Qin Yun to be amazed is that he is very familiar with many of the star runes recorded in the book. Many of them are almost the same as the star runes he obtained from Inscription Gate. Qin Yun can also see that these are two different people comprehending star runes from the same starry sky. Although they look the same, some of the details are very different. This is worth studying. This will allow Qin Yun to combine the advantages of both of them and make the star runes even better and stronger. Most of the star runes Qin Yun has mastered are low level, most of them are spirit tier star runes. And now, he can improve the spirit tier star runes into Xian tier star runes and even Dao tier star runes. Naturally, this will require time to slowly improve them. A few days passed by. Granny Star and those senior brothers are cultivating inside the star origin great formation, and they have become very spirited. Especially those senior brothers, many of their faces were full of wrinkles, some of them looked like dried-up oil lamp. But now they have broken through, the wrinkles on their faces have decreased by a lot, some of them even have skin as tender as a baby. After all, they have been stuck at bottleneck for many years, and they don't have any cultivation resources. Now they have suddenly absorbed a great amount of star power and broke through bottleneck. These senior brothers are very grateful to Qin Yun. Therefore, when Qin Yun asked them to help him set up the formation, they very straightforwardly agreed. With the help of a group of star warriors, it only took Qin Yun 5 days to set up the trap formation that was based on the star runes. After he finished setting up the trap formation, he left 100 Pagoda Sect and went to report to Ing Qingyu. Qin Yun handed over the formation to Ing Qingyu and obtained 5 Regent Origin Stones. Then he quickly returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. From Ing Qingyu, he found out that many people are looking for him. They are all powerful martial emperors from First Pagoda and other pagoda. They are all people who want to curry favor with Yi Yaoxue. They are all looking for Qin Yun. They want to teach him a lesson and vent Yi Yaoxue's anger. Many martial emperors of 100 Pagoda Sect are looking for Qin Yun, but they don't know that Qin Yun is inside 100 Pagoda Sect and has even become a pagoda master. Qin Yun returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he sensed Lan Chen's aura. Lan Chen has returned from the martial arts competition, but his aura is not right. Old Lan is seriously injured. Qin Yun's brows creased. He promptly rushed inside and saw that Lan Chen is covered in cuts and bruises. There is not a single part of his body that is not injured. Most dreadful thing is, all his fingers have been cut off, his head is badly mangled. Granny Star's brows are tightly frowning, her expression is filled with grief as she is treating Lan Chen's injuries. Other senior brothers' faces are filled with anger and sadness. They took out all kind of medicinal ingredients and applied them on Lan Chen's injuries. Qin Yun tightly clenched his fists, cracking sounds can be heard. Granny Star, what is going on? Martial arts competition is just martial arts competition. How did old Lan become like this? Qin Yun furiously said in deep voice. They discovered my star totem. Lan Chen's voice is very weak, but it is filled with anger. They wanted to cut off my scalp and plunder my star totem. Luckily Miss Yu and the others took action and saved me. Qin Yun asked in cold voice. Who did it? Lan Chen is somewhat worried about Qin Yun, so he did not say anything. Granny Star furiously said, It must be Precious Dragon Pagoda's people who did it. Those guys are secretly colluding with Dragon Sect, but they have no proof. They are very fond of destroying outstanding disciples inside 100 Pagoda Sect. Chapter 945. 100 Refining Plaza. Lan Chen hastily yelled, Xiao Yun, don't go. Those guys are very arrogant. Moreover, I was defeated on the battle stage. It was my carelessness. Qin Yun walked back and asked, Old Lan, I can also be arrogant on the battle stage. I can also defeat them on the battle stage. You are now my senior brother. a disciple of our star-traveling pagoda. They deliberately attacked you so heavily because they saw that our star-traveling pagoda's strength is weak. Granny Star took out the light rune Dao talisman from Qin Yun and began healing Lan Chen's injuries. She nodded and said, Xiao Yun is now our star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master. He is also the chief disciple. Let Xiao Yun teach them a lesson. Hearing these words, Lan Chen, who was very weak, immediately became spirited in amazement. His voice also became a lot louder. He opened his bloodshot eyes, looked at Qin Yun and asked, Is this true? Xiao Yun, you are the pagoda master? Old Lan, quickly tell me, how can we teach those bastards a lesson? If we don't teach them a lesson, later, any random cat or dog will come here to cause trouble for you. Qin Yun's expression is gloomy as he said in cold voice, You exposed your star totem, they will not let you off like this. Lan Chen carefully thought about it. He feels that Qin Yun's strength is not weak. He lightly sighed and said, In the southeast direction, there is a very spacious 100 refining plaza. There are 8 battle stages there. The defending disciples are all very strong. He ate a pill given by Granny Star and his complexion became a lot better. He continued, To challenge the defending disciples, you need to pay at least 1 million purple crystal coins. The more purple crystal coins you pay, the faster you can challenge the defending disciples. Granny Star said with frown, They are using this kind of method this time? If the defending disciples can successfully defend, they will get a Regent Origin Stone as a reward. Lan Chen said again, The third battle stage is for Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples this time are very strong, they are late-stage martial kings, they are defending first and third battle stage. Arena number 1 and number 3, right? Which one of them injured you? Qin Yun saw Lan Chen's severed finger and his fury rose up. Number 3. Lan Chen warned repeatedly. Xiao Yun, the guy on the third stage, has mastered divine ability and very strong martial spirit mysterious art. That guy has the Black Dragon martial spirit. I will go now. Qin Yun finished speaking and rushed towards the 100 refining plaza with his fastest speed. Qin Yun flew southeast. On the way, he encountered 2 old men. He descended and greeted them. He found out that the 2 middle-aged men were martial emperors of ancient Star Pagoda. They were the ones who brought Lan Chen back. Ancient Star Pagoda and Star Traveling Pagoda have some relationship. Moreover, Star Traveling Pagoda had helped Ancient Star Pagoda in the past. Therefore, sometimes Ancient Star Pagoda will secretly take care of the fallen Star Traveling Pagoda. Junior brother Qin, are you going to the 100 refining plaza to settle the debt with those people from Precious Dragon Pagoda? It's best if you don't go, you'll get injured. An old man sighed and advised with good intentions. Senior brother, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Qin Yun said. Junior brother, Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are very fierce. If you go on stage to fight, you must grasp the opportunity to concede, another old man advised. Got it. Qin Yun nodded. Less than half an hour later, Qin Yun and the 2 senior brothers finally arrived at the 100 refining plaza. The 100 refining plaza is a 10,000 meters wide circular plaza. There are tree roots that are as tall as a kilometer and huge formation pillars surrounding the plaza, forming a great formation. Outside the spacious 100 refining plaza, there are very tall mountains all around. In order to build this huge plaza, many mountains were flattened. After Qin Yun arrived, he quickly found the third battle stage on the plaza. This battle stage is very big, it is a square battle stage, it is protected by formation pillars, it is around 200 to 300 meters wide. Qin Yun took out a piece of cloth and covered his chin and nose, only his eyes and forehead are exposed. He walked down from the third battle stage and saw Lan Chen's severed fingers on the battle stage. During martial arts competition, one can't use weapons and magic tools, otherwise they will be detected by the battle stage's formation. And Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples can sever Lan Chen's fingers and cut them neatly. They must have transformed their power into sharp blades. On other battle stages, there are disciples challenging the battle masters. There are also many disciples watching from the sidelines. Majority of the spectators are old disciples. There are only 200 new disciples participating in the competition. The third battle stage is deserted because no one is challenging the battle master. The battle master standing on the stage is a middle-aged man with fierce-looking face. His hands are crossed on his chest. His expression is filled with arrogance. This is the person who seriously injured Lan Chen. His name is He Xiaojian. He is a new disciple of Precious Dragon Pagoda. The disciples who participated in the assessment back then were only mid-stage martial kings. And He Xiaojian is now late-stage martial king. It means that he broke through after passing the assessment, therefore he has a great advantage. In fact, some disciples have elders suppressing their cultivation so that they cannot break through and can participate in the assessment. Qin Yun took out a purple crystal card, walked towards the referee of the third battle stage and said, "I want to challenge the battle stage. Please show your disciple badge. Only golden disciples can challenge the battle stage." The old referee said. A touch of amazement flashed through his eyes. The battle master of the third battle stage is a late-stage martial king. Although Qin Yun's face is covered, it can be seen that he is very young. The old referee feels that Qin Yun challenging the savage He Xiaojian is very irrational. Apart from first and third battle stage, there are people queuing up for other battle stages. It can be seen how frightening Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are. Qin Yun took out his golden badge and handed it over. He Xiaojian's face is filled with arrogance. His eyes are filled with sinister and ruthless expression. He is looking at Qin Yun with ominous glint. It is like a jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard looking at a little sheep. Qin Xiaoyun? Star Traveling Pagoda? The old referee said in amazement. After He Xiaojian heard this, he burst into loud laughter and said, "After Star Traveling Pagoda's Baldy was carried away, another little idiot came. Sure enough, people who go to Star Traveling Pagoda are all idiots." Everyone heard He Xiaojian's voice and simultaneously looked over and saw Qin Yun's face covered. Lan Chen was beaten up just now. Anyone who saw it would never forget it. And now, there is actually someone who dares to challenge He Xiaojian. Moreover, he is a new disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun handed over his purple crystal card. "Pay 1,000,000 purple crystal coins and you can go on stage, right?" The old referee said with frown. "Little brother, have you thought it through?" Qin Yun said with powerful and confident voice. "I have thought it through, I want to go on stage." Another golden disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda challenged Precious Dragon Pagoda's He Xiaojian. This immediately caused a small commotion. This attracted the attention of the spectators who were watching the duels in the other dueling rings. Not long after, the third stage has been completely surrounded. Yu Shutian, Hong Mengshu, Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are also on the 100 Refining Plaza. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian are only watching, they are not participating. They said many threatening words before to save Lan Chen. And now, another disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda is challenging He Xiaojian. Is it Xiaoyun? Kong Feiqing looked at Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu and asked in low voice. Star Traveling Pagoda's golden disciple. Brother Yun should not be a golden disciple, Hong Mengshu said in low voice. The person who is going on stage is called Qin Xiaoyun. Is that Xiaoyun's real name? Kong Feiqing said with frown. Hong Mengshu's elegant brows are slightly creased. Her beautiful eyes are filled with shock as she looked at the third stage not far away. She knows Qin Yun's name and is sure that Qin Xiaoyun is indeed Qin Yun. However, she is very curious as to how Qin Yun became a golden disciple. Lan Chen also did not tell them about Qin Yun becoming a golden disciple. Yushutian also looked at the masked blue-clothed man, slightly sighed and said, "If it is a Yun, we don't need to worry. She is very clear about Qin Yun's strength." Gong Fian's phoenix eyes are filled with doubt as she looked at Qin Yun's back and said in low voice, "How did a Yun become a golden disciple? He did not pass the assessment. He is definitely not an impostor because his name is on the golden token." Qin Yun walked onto the Baiwo diagram. Many people immediately started shouting, "Another one has come to die." It is rare for Star Traveling Pagoda to have two new young disciples, but now they are going to be crippled. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples will surely be able to boast for a while. Haha. This guy is still masked. Is he worried that he will lose miserably and people will remember his face? That Baldy was almost killed earlier. Luckily Ancient Star Pagoda's people saved him, otherwise he would have already died. You guys look. He is picking up that Baldy's fingers. Haha. He came here to pick up fingers. All the spectating disciples are looking at the battle stage very happily. Qin Yun picked up Lan Chen's fingers and put them away. Then he looked at the referee below the stage and calmly asked, "Can people be killed on the battle stage?" The old referee is stunned and said, "Yes." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Then let's begin now." Everyone heard his question and burst into sneer. He Xiaojin even more arrogantly laughed loudly. "Brat, you want to kill me to take revenge for that Baldy? Haha. Even though I can't get his star totem, I will smash his scalp and destroy his star totem." The power within Qin Yun's body, along with his fury, immediately rushed to every part of his body. The more he is angry, the more calm he is. The power of anger within his body is being suppressed by calmness and is becoming stronger and stronger. The old referee struck a gong and the battle began. He Xiaojian, I ask you. You want to seize the star totem. Is it your idea or is it your precious Dragon Pagoda's idea? Qin Yun's gaze became cold. His killing intent became more and more dense. It is our precious Dragon Pagoda's idea, what? Could it be that your Star Traveling Pagoda wants to take revenge on our precious Dragon Pagoda? You youngsters should save your strength to collect the corpses of those old men. A middle-aged man below the stage laughed loudly and said. Everyone also roared with laughter. Xiaojian, properly enjoy the process, slowly toy with that brat to death. That middle-aged man from Precious Dragon Pagoda laughed loudly and yelled. Chapter 946. Crushing Treasure Dragon. He Xiaojian's strength is indeed astonishing, even though he just entered late-stage Martial King. His current strength is comparable to peak-stage Martial King's. Seeing He Xiaojian's condensed power, many old disciples below the stage are somewhat envious. He Xiaojian's power should be 5 dragon power. Late-stage Martial Kings only have 4 dragon power. If he truly has 5 dragon power, very few late-stage Martial Kings would be able to defeat him, not to mention a middle Martial King realm. Star Traveling Pagoda's guy should only be mid-stage Martial King. A mid-stage Martial King only has the power of 3 dragons at most. In terms of strength, it is a lot weaker. Everyone saw He Xiaojian's terrifying aura and exclaimed in admiration again and again. Qin Yun did not test how many dragon power he has, but it is more than enough to defeat He Xiaojian. Little trash from Star Traveling Pagoda, why are you not properly staying in your broken pagoda to take care of those old guys? Instead you came here to be arrogant? He Xiaojian said in fierce voice. You actually want to take revenge on me? I will crush you to death right now. He Xiaojian rushed over. Boom boom boom. He Xiaojian's speed is not fast, it is even somewhat slow. But every time he takes a step, it creates a great earth-shaking sound. Just his imposing manner is enough to scare many people. With this kind of speed, you still have the nerve to be arrogant? Qin Yun said with sneer. Precious Dragon Pagoda's people are all this kind of trash. Disgraceful. You weak little guy, you dare to mock our precious Dragon Pagoda? He Xiaojin furiously roared. He suddenly increased his speed, brandished his huge club-like arm and smashed it down towards Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun is expressionless. He quickly waved his palm and transformed it into a palm blade. The condensed Xian Dao power is like a sharp blade and attacked He Xiaojin's arm. Compared to He Xiaojin's thick and solid arm, his palm blade became very small. However, the palm blade is incomparably sharp. The formless energy it released was condensed by Qin Yun and became as sharp as a blade. Qin Yun's palm blade hacked towards He Xiaojin's arm. Pucci! He Xiaojin's arm is like a piece of wood. It has been chopped off by Qin Yun's palm blade. Because the thick arm had tensed up and condensed strength, the moment it was chopped off, pus and blood spurted out like a fountain, spraying everywhere on the battling platform. Everyone was so shocked that their hearts almost stopped beating when they saw the blood spilling out. The powerful He Xiaojin's arm was actually chopped off by someone. Even He Xiaojin suspected that his arm might be a fake, for it was actually severed by the other party's palm. He Xiaojin was so shocked that he forgot about his pain. He stared at the bleeding arm in astonishment. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are all trash. Qin Yun's ice-cold voice filled with killing intent fell down like thunder. He struck out with his palm blade again, this time at an incredible speed. This time, his palm blade was aimed at He Xiaojin's neck. He Xiaojin didn't even have time to scream before a bloody line appeared on his neck. Then, his head fell off and his corpse fell onto a pool of blood. The head that tumbled to the ground was filled with fear. Its ferocious eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. He Xiaojin was dead. Moreover, he had died in such an inconceivable manner. He had been killed by his opponent in 2 moves. Boom! Qin Yun jumped up and pressed down a purple-gold flame palm towards the battle stage, which is filled with blood. Hoo! The huge flame palm descended and gave rise to a burst of flame that enveloped the entire battle stage. Under the cover of the sea of flame, Qin Yun quickly extracted He Xiaojin's Dao core and martial spirit. The martial spirit he extracted is a black dragon martial spirit. It has divine ability power. Under Ling Yun'er's control, Nether Sun devoured the divine ability power and Qin Yun can use it. It is a summoning divine ability. It can summon a poisonous dragon. Ling Yun'er said. The sea of flame disappeared very quickly. Only white ashes remained on the battle stage. They are He Xiaojin's ashes. This kind of result is very hard for everyone to accept. Star-traveling pagoda's new disciple is actually this dreadful. He easily killed a late-stage martial king like He Xiaojin. Hong Mengshu and the others are not surprised at all. If Qin Yun lost, they would find it strange. They only feel that Qin Yun's strength is even more dreadful than they imagined. Qin Yun looked at a middle-aged martial emperor from Precious Dragon Pagoda below the battle stage and said in deep voice, "Precious Dragon Pagoda's trash. If you have the guts, send more people to challenge me. Don't cower like a turtle." That middle-aged martial emperor's face is filled with anger as he yelled, "Star-traveling pagoda's little demon, don't be arrogant. You dared to kill our Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciple. You will have to suffer miserable consequences." After the barrier around Qin Yun's battle stage was removed, the old judge also went up to the stage. He is worried that Precious Dragon Pagoda's martial emperors will attack. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, "Precious Dragon Pagoda's trash, you want to deprive old Lan of his star totem. Did you not think that you will have to suffer miserable consequences? Let me tell you, your consequences are just beginning." He finished speaking and walked down from the stage. Leaving the stage while defending is equivalent to abandoning the stage and losing a Regent Origin Stone. Qin Yun doesn't care about losing a Regent Origin Stone. Everyone thought that Qin Yun is scared and wants to leave the 100 Refining Plaza. Who would have thought that he would actually rush towards the first stage? The first stage's defender is a young man. He is also very savage. There are several broken arms on his stage, as well as a large piece of minced meat. He actually abandoned his own stage to challenge the Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciple on the first stage. Now everyone can see that Qin Yun is doing this for revenge. Everyone saw that Lan Chun was beaten miserably before because Precious Dragon Pagoda wanted to take away Lan Chen's star totem. And now Star Traveling Pagoda's people have come to take revenge. But the person who came to take revenge is only a new disciple, yet his strength is so dreadful. Qin Yun handed over 1,000,000 purple crystal coins to the old judge of the first stage, and then went up to the first stage. Many people immediately surrounded him. When Qin Yun went up to the third stage, everyone was looking forward to seeing how he will be beaten miserably. And now everyone is looking forward to seeing how he will be beaten miserably. Qin Yun walked up to the stage and looked at the young man. His voice is filled with disdain. Precious Dragon Pagoda's trash. If you admit that you are trash, then scram down from the stage. I don't feel like attacking you. That young man is also very strong, moreover, he is very arrogant and savage. Hearing Qin Yun's words, he immediately became very angry and roared, I am not like that trashy Xiajian, you cannot defeat me. A middle-aged martial emperor from Precious Dragon Pagoda yelled. He Xiajian underestimated his opponent too much, that is why he lost miserably. Just pay attention to defend against his handblade. This guy from Star Traveling Pagoda should have saber martial spirit. The words of the middle-aged martial emperor caused the young man from Precious Dragon Pagoda to be filled with confidence. The first stage's judge is filled with amazement and expectation as he struck the gong. Battle begin. Precious Dragon Pagoda's young man is very cautious. He has already prepared to defend from the very beginning. Roar. A small golden dragon suddenly leaped out of that young man's body and coiled around his body, forming a formidable barrier. As soon as the barrier appeared, the battle stage slightly trembled. It can be seen how strong the barrier is. Qin Yun coldly groaned and flew over. When he went over, he used Mysterious Penetration Divine Art and Suffering Divine Art to shoot out the power of Suffering Divine Art and penetrate that powerful barrier. Precious Dragon Pagoda's young man screamed miserably. He felt incomparable pain all over his body. The powerful barrier that he released also dissipated in an instant. Qin Yun rushed over and ruthlessly slapped that young man's face. The sound of the slap was like a thunderclap. Precious Dragon Pagoda's young man's face became deformed in a flash. He cannot even shout. Who told you to bully my Star Traveling Pagoda's disciple? This is the price you will have to pay. Qin Yun's deep and cold voice is filled with anger and killing intent. Both of his fists ferociously punched. They are like two ferocious beasts that continuously landed on that young man's body. The power of each of his punches is like the full-strength attack of a ferocious beast. After dozens of punches, that young man's body has been badly mutilated. Go to hell. Qin Yun's last punch flickered with purple gold flame, transformed into a ferocious flame beast, and pierced through that young man's body. The frantic flame entered that young man's body and burned his formidable bones to ashes in a flash. Qin Yun's flame is only purple gold. If it were black flame, it would be the most dreadful. Another Precious Dragon Pagoda disciple has died. 2 new disciples of Precious Dragon Pagoda have died. It must be known that Precious Dragon Pagoda's new golden disciples are very outstanding. Nobody dared to challenge their battle stage. It can be seen that they are very strong. After everyone recovered from their shock, they sighed endlessly. It must be known that Precious Dragon Pagoda's new golden disciples have killed many disciples, moreover their methods are very sinister. They did not expect that not long after they would also be killed by someone else. Ayaya. Precious Dragon Pagoda is ranked 20th. Star Traveling Pagoda is not even ranked, and now Precious Dragon Pagoda is being trampled underfoot by Star Traveling Pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda is very lucky. Such an outstanding genius has actually arrived. That guy's power is very strong. I wonder how many dragon power he has. Late-stage Martial King He Xiaojian was easily beaten by him. Could it be that he is a peak-stage Martial King? Strange, I can't see through his cultivation. His aura-concealing skill is also very brilliant. Quickly look, isn't that first pagoda's Luo Lianghui? He is a very strong new disciple. I heard that he broke through to late-stage Martial King as soon as he entered first pagoda. He is walking towards first stage. What is he trying to do? Everyone cried out in alarm and looked at the youth wearing golden embroidered clothes. His face is filled with arrogance. Kong Feiqing said in low voice. That guy, during the assessment with mid-stage Martial King cultivation, he obtained 4 dragon power. He has not fought on the stage. Could it be that he is waiting for a good opponent? Hong Mengshu said. No need to worry about Brother Yun. Gong Fian's beautiful eyes are filled with worry as she said. I am still somewhat worried. After all, he is first pagoda's disciple. Moreover, if he wants to challenge a Yun, he must have some confidence. Luo Lianghui's expression is filled with innate arrogance. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He took out his purple crystal card and paid 1 million purple crystal coins to the old judge. Chapter 947. Pagoda Beast Contract. Qin Yun is standing on the battle stage. From everyone's discussion, he found out that Luo Lianghui is a disciple of First Pagoda. Qin Xiaoyun, right? A new disciple from Star Traveling Pagoda. Very good. As everyone knows, Star Traveling Pagoda used to be the first pagoda, but later it was crushed by our vast Yang Pagoda and has never been able to rise again. Luo Lianghui slowly walked on the battle stage and spoke with faint smile. His voice is filled with disdain. Everyone repeatedly nodded their heads. Star Traveling Pagoda used to have a glorious past, but that is all in the past. Now Star Traveling Pagoda has no hope of rising again. Luo Lianghui looked at Qin Yun and laughed disdainfully. Now, Star Traveling Pagoda has a very outstanding disciple. It seems like they are showing signs of rising again. However, with our first pagoda here, Star Traveling Pagoda will never have the chance to rise again. Today, I, who came from First Pagoda, will suppress this arrogant disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. I will let everyone in 100 Pagoda sect know that our first pagoda will always be the first pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda will forever live in fear of our first pagoda. Disciples of our First Pagoda Alliance, please cheer for us. Because First Pagoda is an overlord existence, other pagoda all respect them very much. Following Luo Lianghui's proud words, everyone loudly shouted one after another. First Pagoda, victory is assured. Everyone's enthusiasm immediately soared, their roars shook the heaven, seemingly enveloping the heaven and earth. On the battle stage, Luo Lianghui is even more proud of himself. His face is brimming with arrogant smile. His eyes are filled with pity and disdain as he looked at Qin Yun and said again, Star Traveling Pagoda people, no matter how you struggle, you will never be able to defeat our first pagoda. Qin Yun saw that Luo Lianghui has been acting for so long and slowly said, Whether or not my Star Traveling Pagoda can rise again is not up to your first pagoda to decide. Moreover, the decline of first pagoda will start with you. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. In the entire Star Traveling Pagoda, only you have some ability, but you are still young. There are many variables in the future and you actually think that you can soar to the heavens. Truly arrogant guy. Luo Lianghui laughed loudly and mocked. Many people below also roared with laughter. You're just a frog in a well. You think that just because you defeated the other 2 frogs, you can strut around and rise up? You really overestimate yourself. You want to contend against our first pagoda? Luo Lianghui said with sneer. I will give you a chance. As long as you admit that first pagoda is the strongest, I will spare your hands and feet. I don't believe your first pagoda's nonsense. Your first pagoda's chief disciple Yi Yaoshue clearly promised someone that she would get married if she lost, but she broke her promise. What credibility does your first pagoda have? Qin Yun laughed loudly and said. Impudent! Luo Lianghui shouted angrily. A large group of people below cursed Qin Yun angrily. It seems like speaking ill of Yi Yaoshue in 100 Pagoda sect will incite public anger. However, Qin Yun was not afraid at all. He said with a sneer, Why? Am I wrong? Luo Lianghui angrily said, That bastard is not worthy of our senior sister Yi. Qin Yun said with smile, So what? If Yi Yaoshue lied, she lied. And you guys think that Yi Yaoshue did not do anything wrong, it means that you bastards are not trustworthy, you are all swindlers who don't keep their words. Bastard, you dare insult senior sister Yi and us like this, I will kill you. Luo Lianghui furiously said. Yo, seeing how you are shielding Yi Yaoshue, did she give you any benefits? How about this, I will cripple you and see if Yi Yaoshue cares about you or not. Qin Yun chuckled and said, She won't. Yi Yaoshue won't even remember trash like you. I will kill you. Luo Lianghui looked at the old judge and roared, Quickly start the competition. Not only Luo Lianghui is extremely furious, a group of people below also became extremely furious. They began shouting one after another, wanting Luo Lianghui to kill Qin Yun. After the gong sounded, Luo Lianghui rushed towards Qin Yun like a wild horse. You stupid bird who is infatuated with Yi Yaoshue, I will beat you awake today. Qin Yun loudly shouted and released supergravity to suppress Luo Lianghui. It must be known that Qin Yun is a late-stage martial king, moreover, he has a mortal devil body. His nether sun power is very valiant, even a peak martial king would find it hard to contend against it. After the supergravity pressed down, Luo Lianghui, who was rushing over at lightning speed, was smashed down on the ground in front of Qin Yun. He looks like a turtle lying on the ground. Luo Lianghui, who was in high spirits and incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, has been smashed down on the ground in a blink of an eye. First pagoda is nothing. Qin Yun heavily pressed down his palm on Luo Lianghui. Luo Lianghui immediately screamed miserably. 100 Refining Plaza has become incomparably quiet because of Qin Yun's strange power, causing Luo Lianghui's scream to be very clear and melodious. Are you the most outstanding new disciple of First Pagoda? Since you want to destroy our star-traveling pagoda's new disciple, I will also destroy you. Qin Yun spoke and again sent down palm attack. Luo Lianghui's body shook and burst out with a burst of gale. This is the phenomenon of Tao core shattering and energy overflowing. Star-traveling pagoda's bastards. A martial emperor below furiously roared. He is a martial emperor from First Pagoda. You are the bastards. I have no enmity with you, but you sent your disciples to trample on me. Haven't you suppressed star-traveling pagoda long enough? Qin Yun vigorously kicked the half-dead Luo Lianghui. Luo Lianghui is like a dead dog. He was kicked and knocked against the barrier. Now everyone can see that Qin Yun's strength is not something a late-stage martial king can suppress. Only a peak-stage martial king or even a martial emperor can suppress him. Invincible within the same level, this is the symbol of a super genius. For example, Xie Wufeng and Yi Yaoshue, both of them are super geniuses, they can even fight above their level. Qin Yun said in cold voice. I am a late-stage martial king, if you are not afraid of death, then quickly come. Luo Lianghui has been crippled. He has lost his ability to fight. The barrier has been removed. If First Pagoda dares to cause trouble for our star-traveling pagoda again, I will make them send people like this dead dog. Qin Yun kicked Luo Lianghui and sent him flying. This kind of thing happened during the new disciple competition in the 100 Refining Plaza. It alarmed some higher up. Especially Precious Dragon Pagoda, they are the most furious because they managed to recruit 2 very good disciples and now they have been killed on the stage. Moreover, the person who killed them is from star-traveling pagoda. No matter what pagoda it is, they cannot accept this kind of result. Because star-traveling pagoda is the worst pagoda. To have his dignity trampled on by the worst pagoda, this was a great humiliation. Precious Dragon Pagoda's people also found out that this formidable person is indeed a new disciple. Moreover, he has been registered as Star-Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple. Naturally, no one knows that Qin Yun is the pagoda master because there is no need to register. Qin Yun is standing on the stage, looking at those first pagoda disciples jumping up and down. He cannot help but reveal a happy smile. First pagoda's disciples also don't dare to act recklessly. After all, they cannot break the rules. If they act recklessly and anger Star-Traveling Pagoda's Granny Star, then she will fight against First Pagoda without any regard for her life. Then First Pagoda might truly decline. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal has arrived. One half-immortal and a group of martial emperors. What are they doing here? What can they do even if they come? Half-immortals and martial emperors can't do anything. Do they want to be smashed to death by Star-Traveling Pagoda's old granny stars? 2 of their new disciples died, so they have to come and scold them a little to scare them. A group of people are rejoicing in other people's misfortune and very happily watching. What caused people to be shocked is that there is a very serious peak martial emperor among those martial emperors. That is, Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple. Aya. They sent their chief disciple to curse people. It seems like Precious Dragon Pagoda is truly angry. Majority of the chief disciples of many pagoda are peak martial emperors. Only First Pagoda's Yi Yaoshua is mid-stage martial emperor, but she can fight against majority of martial emperors. An old half-immortal from Precious Dragon Pagoda said in cold voice, "The person on the stage, is it Qin Xiaoyun? You are Star-Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple, right? Do you dare to accept our Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple's challenge?" Everyone is amazed that Qin Yun is the chief disciple. They also find it very funny. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, "I am late-stage martial king, and your chief disciple is a peak martial emperor. You still have the nerve to challenge me?" Chief disciples can challenge each other at will. So long as they accept the challenge, they can compete. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal said in cold voice, "How about this? We will only compete for 10 moves. On the battle stage, each person can only attack for 10 moves. After 10 moves, they cannot attack. If both sides attack for 10 moves and you are still standing, it will be our Precious Dragon Pagoda's loss. What benefit will I get if I win? If there is no benefit, why should I take the risk to fight your chief disciple?" Qin Yun said with sneer, "It can be said that you don't have any risk at all and I will have to bear the danger of losing my life." Qin Yun is not stupid. He can see through the other party's thoughts with one look. If you win, it means that you have defeated our Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple. This means that your Star-Traveling Pagoda can hold your head high. Don't tell me this is not a benefit? That half-immortal said. "I killed your 2 new disciples and crippled First Pagoda's idiot. There is no need for me to defeat your chief disciple. Now the one losing face is you, not our Star-Traveling Pagoda." Qin Yun's voice is filled with ridicule. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are very angry, but there is nothing they can do. If you win, our Precious Dragon Pagoda's resources for next 5 years will be given to your Star-Traveling Pagoda. That half-immortal thought about it and said, "You are just saying it verbally, why should I believe you?" Qin Yun looked at First Pagoda's martial emperor and said with sneer, "Even Yi Yaoshua is acting lazily, let alone you Precious Dragon Pagoda bastards who commit all kinds of evil. You will die miserably." Precious Dragon Pagoda's people furiously said. First Pagoda's disciples have been infuriated by Qin Yun again and started cursing one after another. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal took out a talisman and said, This is the Pagoda Beast Contract Talisman. If I go back on my words, our precious Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Beast will belong to your star-traveling pagoda. Come, we will sign the contract with this Pagoda Beast Contract Talisman. What? Everyone burst into commotion. They did not expect precious Dragon Pagoda to be serious. Chapter 948. 10 Moves. The process of nurturing Pagoda Beast is very difficult. It requires a lot of time and resources. And formidable Pagoda Beast can make the entire pagoda display even more formidable power during competition. Qin Yun also heard about Pagoda Beast. For example, during ranking competition, Pagoda Beasts also have to fight. Their star-traveling pagoda used to have Pagoda Beasts, but they declined and could no longer raise them, so they released them. A Pagoda Beast is even stronger than the Pagoda Master because they are nurtured with great amount of resources. Alright. Qin Yun feels that even if he cannot win, he will not be crippled. After Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal heard this, he promptly took out a very large Pagoda Beast Contract Talisman and signed a complicated contract with Qin Yun. So long as Qin Yun can withstand 10 moves, he can win. Although Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple is a peak martial emperor, many people do not dare to guarantee that he can defeat Qin Yun within 10 moves. Qin Yun is standing on the battle stage, looking at the middle-aged man with cold expression. Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple is called Yi Penghong. He is a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He looks very calm and does not speak much. Moreover, from his expression, he does not have the slightest intention of underestimating his opponent. He is very cautious. Yi Penghong earnestly sized up Qin Yun and observed his aura. This caused Qin Yun to suddenly feel some pressure. He thought that all Pagoda's chief disciples are pompous and arrogant because Yi Yaoxue was exactly like that before. But Yi Penghong is not like that. Qin Yun is somewhat afraid of this kind of people. You can begin. Yi Penghong nodded and said. After the battle stage's barrier opened, the judge sounded the gong. Yi Penghong is the first to attack. Qin Yun's cultivation is very low. He does not have any intention to attack. So from the very beginning, he has been defending. He released body-protecting dragon handle through heavenly dragon art. Precious Dragon Pagoda and Dragon Sect have some relationship, so Precious Dragon Pagoda's martial arts path is somewhat similar to Dragon Sect's. After Qin Yun released body-protecting dragon handle, Yi Penghong's fist also arrived with valiant aura. Yi Penghong's fist flickered with red light. It looks like red energy flame is gushing out. The energy burst out caused the entire battle stage to violently tremble. Boom! Yi Penghong's fist struck Qin Yun's head and landed on the translucent golden barrier. The body-protecting dragon handle released by Qin Yun possesses very strong defensive power. It blocked the formidable power gathered by Yi Penghong's fist. However, his dragon's repulse was also shattered, and a golden storm was set off. Qin Yun was also sent flying and slammed into the barrier. Yi Penghong was also forced to take 3 steps back by the power of the body-protecting dragon's handle. His fist was also slightly red and felt a slight numbing pain. Although Qin Yun was sent flying, he received Yi Penghong's terrifying punch head-on. Although many martial kings and martial emperors know that Qin Yun is not weak, they are still astonished. The senior disciples here knew Yi Penghong very well. They knew how strong he was. After all, his pagoda was ranked 20th. Yi Penghong was astonished. With a deep roar, he charged at Qin Yun and punched again. This time, his fist flashed with a red light that was as dazzling as lightning. What caused people to be astonished is that his fist energy transformed into a red lightning dragon. Just this dragon head covered more than half of the battle stage. Qin Yun's side of the battle stage was covered by the formidable dragon head in the blink of an eye. Roar! The furious dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, shaking all around. It gave people the feeling that the barrier is about to break. The battle stage was also enveloped by the tyrannical red lightning. After the red lightning dissipated, Qin Yun is still standing there, but his clothes are extremely tattered. He received the second attack. Yi Penghong is even more astonished. Qin Yun, a late-stage martial king, can actually receive 2 of his attacks. Yi Penghong is very clear that this is not because he is weak. Rather it is because his opponent is a late-stage martial king who possesses a mysterious and formidable power. It was not easy for Qin Yun to receive that punch. 8 more. Kong Feiqing said in low voice. Xiao Yun, you must hold on. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal's expression gradually became grave. He expected that Yi Penghong would be able to knock Qin Yun down within 3 moves. But now Qin Yun is still standing. Penghong, go all out. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal yelled. If they lose, they will lose 5 years' worth of resources, and he will be blamed by many people and Pagoda Master. Yi Penghong also knows that the consequences of losing are very grave. He loudly roared and attacked Qin Yun again. Qin Yun is still not knocked down by the 3rd move. Only his appearance is somewhat miserable. Soon after, Yi Penghong seems to have gone mad. He attacked 4th move, 5th move, 8th move, 9th move. After the 9th move, Qin Yun's body has been burnt black by the impact of the tyrannical power. His hair is in a mess. The black cloth covering his face has been torn off. His face is filled with blood and injuries. His appearance is very scary. However, Qin Yun has not completely fallen down. He can still stand up. Yi Penghong's forehead is filled with sweat. Precious Dragon Pagoda's people are also very nervous and in some despair. Because there is only 1 move left, if Yi Penghong cannot completely defeat Qin Yun, Precious Dragon Pagoda will lose 5 years' worth of resources. Now Qin Yun knows that the disparity between him and peak martial emperors is very big. If he doesn't use any equipment and directly fights against this kind of genius peak martial emperor, he will undoubtedly lose. Yi Yaoshua's strength is above Yi Penghong's. She must be even more dreadful. Qin Yun can block so many moves because he is using all of his body's power and immortal devil body to defend. You fall down for me. Red light around Yi Penghong's body leaped up and down like lightning. It can be seen that his martial spirit is a red thunder attribute variant martial spirit, but it is unknown what kind of martial spirit it is. Yi Penghong's body shot out and directly charged towards Qin Yun. This time Yi Penghong is gambling everything. He is using his body and all of his power to attack Qin Yun. Yi Penghong is like a bolt of lightning. He is using all of his strength to attack Qin Yun. Yi Penghong is like a bolt of lightning. He crashed into Qin Yun's body in a split second. Boom! Qin Yun can only feel that his chest bone has been ruthlessly rammed by Yi Penghong's head. A formidable red thunder along with a dragon roar entered his heart. Gotcha! Qin Yun's chest bone shattered and his heart is being squeezed. The tree totem also released many tree vines at this critical moment and tightly wrapped around his heart. Although his chest bone has been shattered, his heart's vital organs have been wrapped up by tree vines. Even if his heart is being squeezed, his heart will not be damaged. If his heart is shattered, it would take a lot of time to recover. Qin Yun was sent flying and fell on the ground. He painfully rolled on the ground. Qin Yun used a very formidable power to block the attack, so when Yi Penghong rammed into him, he was sent flying by that power. Yi Penghong's head is also bleeding. He slowly crawled up from the ground. His entire body is swaying, blood is dripping down from his head, making him look very malevolent and scary. This time you won't be able to stand up. Yi Penghong let out a long sigh. His head injury is very shocking. His skull is actually cracked. How can a late-stage martial king's body be so dreadful? Could it be that he has heavenly beast body? Possessing the immortal vein inheritance of a formidable heavenly beast, after cultivating immortal body, one will become very strong. Even so, he lost in the end. That guy is truly dreadful. If his cultivation was mid-stage martial emperor like Yi Yaoxue, maybe he would be as dreadful as her. Impossible, Yi Yaoxue is stronger than him. Qin Yun rolled on the ground a bit. His immortal devil body can heal very quickly. Not long after, he felt a lot better. I didn't lose. Qin Yun slowly crawled up. His chest is caved in, moreover it is badly mangled, but he is still able to stand up. Seeing Qin Yun stand up, everyone burst into a burst of shocked shouts. Precious Dragon Pagoda lost. If they don't fulfill their promise, Qin Yun will snatch away their pagoda beast. After the barrier opened, Qin Yun flew to the sky and said to Precious Dragon Pagoda's people, "Starting next year, you must deliver resources to Star Traveling Pagoda every year. If you can break the contract, your pagoda beast will also come to us." Qin Yun took out the pagoda beast contract talisman. Light blue contract power is flowing on it. Qin Yun's injuries are very serious. He hastily flew towards Star Traveling Pagoda. Luckily that guy used a wide range of attacks in the beginning. If he had concentrated his power from the beginning, I might have lost. Qin Yun recalled what happened while flying in the sky. If he had concentrated his power from the beginning and not covered a wide range of attacks, you would have been able to dodge and his concentrated power would have been wasted. Therefore, his first few attacks covered a wide range of attacks so that he wouldn't have wasted his power. Ling Yuner said, "That guy injured you in the beginning, making it hard for you to dodge. Only at the end did he concentrate his power. Just this point alone shows that he has considered everything thoroughly. If Qin Yun did not have immortal devil body, he would have been completely defeated within 5 moves." After Qin Yun left, everyone in the 100 Refining Plaza exclaimed in admiration and started discussing the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Precious Dragon Pagoda lost 5 years of resources. This loss cannot be considered big, but it is also not small. Because in the next 5 years, Precious Dragon Pagoda will not have any resources. This will cause their ranking to gradually fall. This matter has also reached the ears of many pagodas higher-ups. Especially the chief disciples of each pagoda. They are very concerned about this matter. They want to know the details of this matter as much as possible. Because Yi Penghong is not a weak peak martial emperor, he could not even defeat a late-stage martial king with 10 moves in a row. First pagoda, at the top floor of Star Traveling Pagoda, Yi Yaoxue is standing on the balcony, looking at Star Traveling Pagoda's direction and said in cold voice, "Star Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple is called Qin Shao Yun, right? Is it possible that this guy is a Yun?" Standing behind Yi Yaoxue is a handsome young man, he said. "I don't know." His face was covered, even though the cloth covering his face fell. Because his face was seriously injured, we could not see his appearance. Chapter 949. Invitation. A Liang said, "Madam Yi, that venerable master A Yun cannot be Star Traveling Pagoda's Qin Shao Yun. First, when you and A Yun were in Murong Manor, it was the time of 100 Pagoda sex assessment. Second, Star Traveling Pagoda's Qin Shao Yun is a new golden disciple. A Yun did not participate in the assessment. How could he become a golden disciple?" Yi Yaoxue's long and shapely eyebrows are wrinkled as she said, "Go check who participated in Star Traveling Pagoda's assessment." A Liang immediately replied, "Madam Yi, this subordinate has checked. One of them is called Lan Chun and the other is called Qin Shao Yun." "Is this true?" Yi Yaoxue asked. "It's true. Granny Star personally went to register them. Moreover, she also registered Qin Shao Yun as chief disciple." A Liang said again, "All right. Send him an invitation card. Tell him that I am inviting him to a banquet in First Pagoda to befriend Star Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple." Yi Yaoxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she said again, "When you go, you must be a bit more polite. You must invite that guy. I will personally appraise him to see whether he is that immoral venerable master or not. Yes, Madam Yi, this subordinate will do it immediately. Liang said. Yi Yaoshue is standing on the balcony, her beautiful jade-like face is filled with anger. Wretched immoral venerable master, he disappeared without a trace after the Murong Manor incident. Moreover, he disappeared in my 100 Pagoda sect's territory. I must find him and take revenge. Yi Yaoshue's mood has been very bad these days, because she lost miserably in Murong Manor. Not to mention losing 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones, even her underwear was snatched away. Not only she lost money, she also lost face. Although many disciples of 100 Pagoda sect are very angry for her, there are also many rumors and slanders. Night time, at the top floor of First Pagoda, Yi Yaoshue is sitting on a table beside the balcony. She is looking at Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu, who are sitting across from her. She has indeed invited Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu. Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu are not very stunning women, but they each have their own unique temperament. They can be considered very outstanding and beautiful women. Even Yi Yaoshue secretly praised Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu in her heart. Hello, junior sisters. Yi Yaoshue smiled. Her voice is gentle and pleasant to listen to. She said, Many thanks for honoring me by coming to this gathering. Senior sister Yi, did you invite us here for a Yun's matter? Yu Shutian asked. Yes. I want to meet him and have a good talk with him. Yi Yaoshue smiled and poured tea for Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu. She is very courteous and courteous. She does not have the arrogance of First Pagoda's chief disciple. Hong Mengshu sighed. We don't know where he is either. Originally he agreed to enter 100 Pagoda sect with us, then he had a conflict with senior sister Yi in Murong Manor. He didn't dare to come and gave his spot to big sister Kong. Yi Yaoshue lightly groaned and said, This guy really has no guts, he doesn't even dare to enter 100 Pagoda sect. Yu Shutian placed her hand on Yi Yaoshue's jade-like hand and said with gentle smile, Senior sister Yi, what do you want to discuss with a Yun? If I see him, I can pass the message to him. Yi Yaoshue said with helpless expression, I want him to return my underwear, it is a very precious thing to me. It is very meaningful. Hong Mengshu said with a smile, Brother Yun is a very greedy fellow. If you want to get the dudu back, you have to take out something that can move him. Furthermore, he's a very calculative person. He doesn't really want you to marry him, it's mainly because you promised him, but you went back on your word. So, he will definitely settle this matter with you. Yi Yaoshue bit her lips and cursed in low voice. What exactly is that bastard's background? Could it be that there is no one who can deal with him? He clearly has many outstanding women by his side, why does he still want to pester me? Yu Shutian covered her mouth and said with smile, Senior sister Yi, you misunderstood, me and Mengshu are not his women. Big sister Kong and Yan Yan have nothing to do with him. We are just his good friends. Hong Mengshu said, I know a Yun very well, I have known him for many years, I even know his real wife. I and his wife's little sister are good sisters. He indeed has many awesome women by his side, some of them are even more awesome than you. Yi Yaoshue is somewhat unconvinced, she curled her lips and said, More awesome than me? How awesome is that? Hong Mengshu thought for a bit and said, Very awesome, his wife is very awesome. Little sisters, please help me get my underwear back, I will be very grateful to you. Yi Yaoshue pulled Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian's lily-white hands and said in a spoiled manner, Sometimes Yi Yaoshue is arrogant and haughty, sometimes she is gentle and courteous. Now, in order to take back her things, she is acting like a spoiled child. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian glanced at each other, they also feel somewhat helpless. All right, if we can contact him, we will ask him and see how he plans to conduct the transaction with you. Hong Mengshu said with smile, Senior sister Yi, you should be prepared to bleed a lot. Senior sister Yi, You should not have made that kind of promise. Look, after you lost, you did not fulfill your promise and caused such a big commotion. Yu Shutian faintly sighed. That guy A Yun is not someone to be trifled with. Yi Yaoshua has a very pitiful appearance, she mumbled. I really did not expect to lose. Who knew that bastard would have that kind of method? Little sisters, you must help me. We can only give it a try, Yu Shutian said with sigh. It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not. You will have my protection from now on. I guarantee that no one will bully you. Yi Yaoshua sweetly smiled. Can you tell me about that bastard's specific situation? For example, what kind of martial spirit does he have? What kind of martial skills does he have? I am not too clear. Hong Mengshu shook her head. I only know that I have a fire martial spirit. I don't know anything else. That bastard. Could it be that he has multiple martial spirits? He cultivates multiple Dao cores at the same time? Yi Yaoshua thought for a bit and said again, how did he take away my clothes? Do you know about that kind of ability? That is Qin Yun's mysterious penetration divine ability. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian are also not clear about it. They shook their heads. Yu Shutian knows that Qin Yun has Star Lord Inscription Spirit and is also the sect master of Inscription Gate. She is a member of Inscription Gate, so she cannot betray Qin Yun. That immoral venerable master, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Yi Yaoshua became more and more angry the more she thought about it. Yi Yaoshua's subordinate Liang arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda's dilapidated entrance with a beautiful invitation card in his hand. Although there is no door, Liang did not go in, instead he shouted from outside. I am First Pagoda's Liang, Madame Yi Yaoshua's subordinate. I came here to deliver an invitation card. Qin Yun is not inside Star Traveling Pagoda. Instead, he used the Starry Sky teleportation formation to arrive at the safe and mysterious small star. He is healing inside the Star Origin Great Formation. Lan Chen's finger has already been reattached. He has Star Totem. Now he is absorbing star power very quickly through the Star Origin Great Formation and recovering very quickly. Qin Yun's recovery speed is also very fast inside the Star Origin Great Formation. His injured muscles and bones are already gradually recovering. Star Picking Pavilion's first floor. An old man walked in and said, Xiao Yun, someone sent by Yi Yaoshua wants to see you. He wants to give you an invitation card and invite you to a banquet. Qin Yun carefully thought about it and realized that Yi Yaoshua is suspicious of him. Senior brother, let that guy take the invitation card and go back. Tell him that I am healing and not seeing anyone. Qin Yun said. All right. That senior brother said with smile. Xiao Yun, you have rejected Yi Yaoshua's invitation. She will surely be very angry. After that senior brother came out of Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance, he said to Liang. Junior brother said that he is healing and not seeing anyone. Please take the invitation card and go back. Liang frowned and said, All right. Everyone knows that Qin Yun's injuries are very serious. After all, he took 10 attacks from a peak martial emperor head-on. Being able to survive is already very tenacious. Liang immediately returned. Yi Yaoshua is currently receiving Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian on the balcony. Liang returned with the invitation card and said, Madam Yi, Qin Xiao Yun said that he is healing and not seeing anyone. He asked me to bring the invitation card back. Madam Yi, it is indeed inappropriate for you to invite him now. His injuries are very serious. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian's heart trembled hearing this, but they are able to remain calm and did not show any strange expression. Don't believe his nonsense. Yi Yaoshua coldly groaned and said, I am very clear about Precious Dragon Pagoda's Yi Penghong's strength. Qin Xiao Yun took 10 attacks from Yi Penghong, and not only did he not fall down, he even flew back to Star Traveling Pagoda on his own. His injuries are not very serious. Moreover, if his injuries were very serious, he would have gone into death seclusion to heal. He would not have let anyone pass on his message. He is purposely not accepting the invitation card. Madame Ye's analysis is correct. I was negligent. Liang promptly lowered his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you, I will personally go." "Xiao Tian Mengshu, are you coming with me?" Yi Yaoshua said, "That Qin Xiao Yun said bad things about me on the stage today. I generously invited him but he actually refused. He is not giving me any face." Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian nodded their heads and agreed to go with Qin Yun. Because a super genius has appeared in Star Traveling Pagoda. Therefore, the people in charge of gathering information are loitering outside Star Traveling Pagoda. If not for gathering information, normally no one would come near this broken-down pagoda. The outside of Star Traveling Pagoda is so dilapidated that it looks like an abandoned building. Everyone who came here cannot help but frown. Even though it is night, with the help of bright moonlight and starlight, they can clearly see the scars on the surface of Star Traveling Pagoda. Yi Yaoshua, Hong Mengshu, and Yu Shutian arrived outside Star Traveling Pagoda. This pagoda is very awesome. Back then our first pagoda's seniors joined hands to attack it, but it still managed to stand tall. It seems like this is the first time Yi Yaoshua has come here. She somewhat emotionally sighed and said, "Star Traveling Pagoda is indeed worthy of being the previous first pagoda." Yi Yaoshua's appearance outside Star Traveling Pagoda caused all the people in the vicinity to be extremely shocked. They promptly used sound transmission magic tools to spread this important news. Not long after, many people in the vicinity arrived. Everyone knows that Qin Yun has repeatedly used Yi Yaoshua's name on the 100 Refining Plaza's battle stage. This caused many of Yi Yaoshua's followers to become furious. Chapter 950. Jointly resisting enemy. Yi Yaoshua is standing at the entrance of Star Traveling Pagoda's first floor. Since there is no door, she can directly see that the inside is in shambles. "I am First Pagoda's chief disciple Yi Yaoshua. I want to invite Star Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple Qin Xiao Yun for a gathering." Yi Yaoshua's gentle and amiable voice is very pleasant to hear. Although her voice is gentle and beautiful, it can be transmitted all around. This voice is neither loud nor soft, but it contains a very mystical power. It can be heard from far away. Not only it is not ear-piercing, it is also very pleasant and comfortable to listen to. Yi Yaoshua's attitude is very good. This caused many people nearby to feel amazed. Many people here want to go over and chat with Yi Yaoshua, but they know that Yi Yaoshua doesn't like to talk to strangers. So they did not go over, they can only watch from far away. An old man walked out and said, "Xiao Yun said that First Pagoda and Star Traveling Pagoda are irreconcilable enemies. He doesn't want to see you. He also said that you are a weasel, that you have bad intentions." Yi Yaoshua cursed a few times in her heart, but on the surface she is very gentle and said again, "I brought some healing medicine for him to heal his injuries." The old man went in for a while, then came out again and said, "He wants you to bring the healing medicine back. He said that he doesn't trust anyone from First Pagoda, let alone Yi Yaoshua who lied before." Yi Yaoshua gnashed her teeth in anger, but she did not show it. She is just calmly standing there, suppressing her anger. Many people watching from the side find this scene inconceivable. Because Qin Xiao Yun spoke ill of Yi Yaoshua on the battle stage, yet not only did Yi Yaoshua not blame him, she even delivered medicine to his door. The funny thing is that Yi Yaoshua was actually rejected. Yi Yaoshua said, "I want to go in and see him." She finished speaking and quickly rushed towards the door. The old man saw Yi Yaoshua and anxiously yelled, "Don't recklessly rush in. No matter what, I want to see him." Yi Yaoshua's voice became somewhat ice-cold, then she rushed towards the door. Bang! Yi Yaoshua collided with the formless barrier at the door, and let out a delicate shout. What is going on? Star Traveling Pagoda actually has such a strong barrier. Yi Yaoshua said with some embarrassment. She is basically unable to pass through the barrier. After the Star Origin Great Formation was restored, Star Traveling Pagoda's various formidable barriers also gradually recovered. Moreover, they are all under Qin Yun's control. I want to see your tower, master. Yi Yaoshua said again. I am First Pagoda's chief disciple. I have important matter to discuss with your Star Traveling Pagoda's Pagoda Master. Pagoda Master doesn't want to see you. Please go back. The old man at the door said. The spectators are also very amazed because Star Traveling Pagoda's great formation has actually recovered. This caused her to suspect that Qin Shao Yun might be the immoral venerable master who drove her crazy. Yi Yaoshua's beautiful eyes flickered as she said again. Dragon sect people will arrive in 2 days. At that time, our 100 Pagoda sect will go and welcome them. Your Star Traveling Pagoda has not had a chief disciple for many years, so you do not know about this matter. I came here to tell you all about it. Once the people from the Dragon sect arrive, I, as the chief disciple of the first pagoda, will have to lead the chief disciples of the other pagodas to fight against the Dragon sect. This is also what Dragon sect has agreed with us. We will compete every once in a while. If our 100 pagoda sect wins, they will cede some ore veins and all kinds of resources to us. If we lose, we will let them take away a great amount of resources. Yi Yaoshua saw the old man's expression of, "It's none of my business," and said again, "I know that your Star Traveling Pagoda's resources will be cut off for 30,000 years, but when our 100 pagoda sect encounters outside enemies, we must unite to resist. Before, you didn't have a chief disciple, so we did not come to find you. But now, you have a chief disciple who is not weak, so he must come. This matter, your pagoda master should understand it better. So I want to see your pagoda master." The old man can only continue talking with Qin Yun. Qin Yun is now the pagoda master. He is also the chief disciple. Not long after, the old man ran out again and said, Shao Yun said, "Tell him the location and time. As soon as Dragon sect people arrive, he will immediately rush over." Pagoda Master said that he is not free, he cannot meet you. 2 days later, morning, 100 Refining Plaza. If he doesn't come, he will have to bear the consequences. Yi Yaoshua said. Yi Yaoshua finished speaking and left with Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian. She is filled with bellyful of anger because she has suffered a loss. I am so angry. This Star Traveling Pagoda is actually pretending to be dead. You should know that all the pagoda masters below rank 30 are very courteous and respectful when they see me. However, their chief disciple and pagoda master of Star Traveling Pagoda unexpectedly do not even show their face. They are looking down on me too much. It is clear that they are doing this on purpose. Yi Yaoshua furiously said while flying in the sky. Yi Yaoshua is the chief disciple of First Pagoda. For many years, because of her, no chief disciple of other pagoda has been able to defeat her. Because of this, First Pagoda can maintain its first rank. Second Pagoda, Divine Sword Pagoda, is very strong. It is said that Pagoda Beast and Pagoda Master are stronger than First Pagoda. However, they can't find a suitable person to defeat Yi Yaoshua. That is why Divine Sword Pagoda is always suppressed. Therefore, Yi Yaoshua's position in First Pagoda is very high. She also occupied a lot of resources before, but because she felt apologetic, she gave up on occupying a lot of resources and went to obtain them herself. It is said that even though she gave up on occupying a lot of resources, she still obtained a lot of resources. Everyone is not surprised that Yi Yaoshua suffered a loss at Star Traveling Pagoda's hands. Star Traveling Pagoda and First Pagoda have deep enmity. Now that Star Traveling Pagoda is on the rise, they will certainly not bow down to First Pagoda. After all, Star Traveling Pagoda's current decline is caused by First Pagoda. Qin Yun asked Granny Star inside Star-Picking Pavilion. Is the matter regarding Dragon Sect true? Granny Star nodded and said, It is true. At that time, there will be many competitions. 100 Pagoda Sect will be the defending side. The conditions will be very harsh for us. Therefore, 100 Pagoda Sect cannot lose. At that time, as chief disciple, even if you don't put in any effort, you will still have to support them. Alright, I will go take a look in 2 days. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yun, are your injuries alright? Granny Star asked. I'm fine, I will be fine very soon. Qin Yun said with smile. Next 2 days, Qin Yun recuperated and finally returned to his peak condition. 2 days passed by in a blink. Qin Yun is wearing a golden lion head mask. He is wearing special refined gray clothes and is flying towards 100 Refining Plaza with Granny Star. It is still early in the morning, the sky has just brightened. There are not many people in 100 Refining Plaza, but Yi Yaoshua has already arrived. She is wearing white and blue tight-fitting clothes, her hair is tied up, her attire is very refreshing. This is also her attire for battle. Seeing Granny Star arrive, she promptly flew over. She is very polite and gentle, her face is filled with sweet and charming smile and she said, Junior Yi Yaoshua greets Granny Star. Little girl, you were not like this in front of me before. Granny Star said in bad mood. Yaoshua was young and arrogant back then, I offended Granny Star, please forgive me. Yi Yaoshua lowered her head and said with guilty expression. Forget it, you have contributed a lot to 100 Pagoda Sect for many years. Granny Star sighed. But the enmity between our star-traveling pagoda and your first pagoda is not so easy to resolve. Yi Yaoshua said. That is the matter of our ancestors, us younger generation should resolve it. She looked at Qin Yun and said, This must be junior brother Qin Xiao Yun. Why are you wearing a lion head mask? Qin Yun deliberately said in rough voice, Because I am so handsome that I can shake heaven and earth, I don't want a woman like you to be infatuated with me. Yi Yaoshua did not flare up, instead she sweetly smiled and said, Junior brother Qin is truly humorous. Take off your mask, senior sister will not be infatuated with you. Qin Yun did not say anything, he pretended to look all around. Yi Yaoshua very much wants to tear off Qin Yun's mask to see whether or not he is that immoral venerable master, but with Granny Star here, she doesn't dare. Qin Yun cursed in his heart. This wretched Yi Yaoshua, why is she so suspicious of me? It seems like she thinks that I look like a venerable master, she will recognize me. If only Yueme was here, she would have turned me into a bald head or something, she would have been able to deceive her. Ling Yuner charmingly smiled and said, A woman's self-awareness is very scary. It doesn't matter, she has no evidence to prove me, I will just ignore her. Qin Yun said again. Along with the 9 suns slowly rising, the earth is illuminated by the bright and beautiful sunlight. Many chief disciples have arrived. Even those middle-aged chief disciples respectfully greet Yi Yaoshua as big senior sister. Qin Yun also saw some familiar faces, for example Murong Tianjia, Murong Changwu and Murong Yue. Murong Changwu and Murong Yue are actually 100 Pagoda Sect's disciples. Apart from them, there are ancient star pagodas Yu Shutian, Hong Mengshu, Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Although they are new disciples because they have good relationship with Yi Yaoshua, they came over to greet Qin Yun. Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu almost laughed out loud seeing Qin Yun wearing a lion head mask. Murong Tianjia looked at Qin Yun with smile and asked, Junior brother Qin, why are you wearing a mask? Qin Yun said with coarse voice, Dragon sect people cultivate dragon power. Dragons are afraid of heavenly lions, I can suppress them with this mask. Someone said with sneer, Why are you so secretive? Don't tell me you are an incomparably ugly guy. Qin Yun said in loud voice, It is precisely because I am so handsome that I can shock the heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep that I don't want to reveal my true appearance so that you bunch of ugly people won't be able to show your face. Bastard, who are you calling ugly? I was so handsome that I made a group of women cry. A young man said in a very unconvinced manner. Many people who believe themselves to be very handsome cursed Qin Yun one after another. Chapter 951. Chapter 951 Confrontation of Martial Emperor's majority of the people gathered here are chief disciples. Even if they are not chief disciples, they are still very outstanding. Hearing Qin Yun's words, they immediately exploded in anger. All kind of profanity immediately bombarded Qin Yun from all directions. Qin Yun is wearing a mask, nobody can see his face. If they saw that he is laughing, they would become even more furious. Yi Yaoshue is also very unhappy and said, Junior brother Qin, I Yi Yaoshue, am not a person who looks at appearances. Don't speak so excessively. Fellow martial brothers and sisters are only defending me out of respect. Many people applauded and praised Yi Yaoshue's words. Murong Yue lightly groaned and said, Today we are going to fight Dragon Sect, we should unite. But this guy is trying to sow discord among us. Qin Yun said, Our star-traveling pagoda is a trash pagoda, not only you don't help us, you have been bullying us for so many years, how can we unite? Someone said with sneer, Junior brother Qin, you are very awesome, but rest assured, today we will fight Dragon Sect, we will not let you take action. Because with your current strength, how can you help us? Indeed. He is a guy who believes himself infallible. He knows that star-traveling pagoda is trash pagoda, we don't need his help. For many years, our 100 Pagoda sect has defeated Dragon Sect several times without star-traveling pagoda's help. Just watch the show from the side. So what if your star-traveling pagoda is very awesome? If you defeat Dragon Sect, you get nothing, we don't expect you to do anything. All the pagoda ranked below 50th, just watch from the back. We only let you come to make up the numbers. Qin Yun said to Granny Star, We will go over there, we have no business here. Soon after, Granny Star and Qin Yun arrived at the side of the 100 Refining Plaza. The disciples on the side are all disciples of the pagoda ranked below 50th. They don't have much say in 100 Pagoda sect, they don't have many resources, so their overall strength is not high. Yi Yaoshue is disappointed that she cannot see Qin Yun's appearance. Dragon Sect disciples have arrived. A large golden cloud suddenly floated over from the east of the plaza. A large group of people are flying over with overbearing aura. After they arrived, they floated in the air, beating gongs and drums, stirring up a great commotion. The people of the Dragon Sect landed on the 100 Refining Square arrogantly. The drums shook the sky and the sound waves reverberated in all directions. It had a kind of might. The person who led the Dragon Sect disciples here was a handsome young man dressed in golden armor. He wore a dragon crown on his head and held a long spear in his hand. He looked very majestic and gave off a very powerful aura. Looking at him from afar, one could tell that he was very strong. Granny Star said, That is Dragon Sect's strongest late-stage martial emperor, Long Fangyu. Normally peak martial emperors are not allowed to participate in this kind of competition because most of them are preparing to cross half-immortal tribulation. Therefore, Dragon Sect and 100 Pagoda Sect have agreed that peak martial emperors are not allowed to participate. Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoshue's group and asked, It seems like there are no elders from our 100 Pagoda Sect. Headmaster, elders, and protectors, are they not coming out? Granny Star said, Because they are fighting with Dragon Sect people in other places. This is the battlefield of the youngsters. Dragon Sect's leader is Long Fangyu and 100 Pagoda Sect's leader is Yi Yaoshue. Below peak martial emperors, Yi Yaoshue is indeed the strongest, so she is in charge. Qin Yun lightly groaned and said, This big talker is actually shouldering such a heavy responsibility, I really couldn't tell. Granny Star said with smile, First Pagoda has obtained the most resources, she is also directly benefiting from it, so she also has to exert herself. Dragon Sex Long Fangyu is standing at the front. He placed his spear on the ground, looked at Yi Yaoshue and said with smile, Yi Yaoshue, you are still mid-stage martial emperor? Even though you are very strong, it is not easy for you to break through. But this is also normal. Who told your cultivation path to be so different from others? Long Fangyu, last time we set the rules, this time it is your turn to set the rules. Yi Yaoshue's voice is very cold. Even though she is a woman, she is now filled with a very intimidating aura. Directly state the rules and then begin the competition. There will be 3 rounds of competition. You must win every round to successfully defend. This time you are defending side, you should be clear about the rules. Long Fangyu said. I know, there is no need for you to remind me. Yi Yaoshue said. The first round of competition is between martial emperors. The winner will be decided by winning 2 out of 3 rounds. You must win 2 rounds to successfully defend, and then proceed to the next round. Long Fangyu said. The second round of competition is between martial kings. The rules are the same as the first round, you must win 2 rounds. Speaking up to here, Long Fangyu said with smile. The third round of competition is about inscription. There will be talisman crafting, tool refining, formation setting, material production, puppet competition, finesse of inscription and many other kinds of competition. In this round, your inscription masters must win 6 rounds in a row to win this round. The last round of competition is very harsh. 100 Pagoda Sect's disciples immediately protested and began complaining one after another. Dragon Sect's disciples also began shouting and beating gongs and drums to retaliate against 100 Pagoda Sect. Yi Yaoshue loudly shouted, The last round is too harsh, we don't agree. The noisy 100 Refining Plaza also became quiet. Long Fangyu laughed loudly and said, It is not up to you to disagree. The rules you set for us before, weren't they also very harsh? Yi Yaoshue said, Then we can only ask the elders to come out and discuss. In any case, I don't agree to the last round of competition. Please. Long Fangyu took out a communication magic tool. It is a Dao tool treasure mirror. Yi Yaoshue's sound transmission magic tool is a very small and exquisite sound transmission conch. It is far less precious than Long Fangyu's Dao tool treasure mirror. The scene became deadlocked. Qin Yun curiously asked, Granny Star, will Sect Master and the others appear? Granny Star said, No. They won't appear. The sect masters of both sides are competing in other places. They will discuss it and then inform Yi Yaoshue and Long Fangyu. Sure enough, not long after, Long Fangyu said with smile, The elders have already discussed it. In the third round of competition, you can send out 2 inscription masters to compete with us, and we can only send out 1 inscription master. If your first inscription master loses, that inscription master will be eliminated. The second inscription master must keep on winning, only then can he win the last round. Yi Yaoshue is very opposed to the last round of competition, but there is no other way. The elders have already discussed it, she can only accept it. Alright, next will be the competition between martial emperors. The rules will be the same as before. You will be responsible for your own injuries and death on the battle stage. You are not allowed to use weapons, poison or concealed weapons. Yi Yaoshue said, We know the rules, there is no need for you to remind us. Long Fangyu said with smile, Of course, since this is your battle stage, we will check the formation of your battle stage to prevent you from cheating. Yi Yaoshue groaned and said, Please do as you wish. 100 Refining Plaza is very big, there are also many battle stages. The battle stage in the middle is the biggest, and also the main battle stage. All kinds of barriers are very complete. Yi Yaoshue is also taking advantage of this time to arrange people to fight. 3 martial emperors. I will fight first, Murong Tianjia will fight second. Yi Yaoshua looked at Murong Tianjia and said again, "Even though you have just become mid-stage martial emperor, your strength is comparable to late-stage martial emperors. I feel more assured with you." Yi Yaoshua looked at Divine Sword Pagoda's people and said again, "The third battle will be arranged according to the situation." "Oh, that's right. Where is your Divine Sword Pagoda's Xia Wufeng? He is a peak martial king. He is required to fight in the Martial King Showdown. With him here, we can definitely win." Murong Tianjia said, "He is in seclusion. He said he wants to break through to Martial Emperor." "Why is he suddenly about to break through? I remember that he just became peak Martial King not long ago." Yi Yaoshua is somewhat amazed, she sighed and said, "If he were here, we would surely win one of the Martial King Showdown." Yi Yaoshua thought for a bit and said, "Murong Chanwu will fight first, Murong Yue will fight second, the third will be decided according to the situation." It must be known that Yi Yaoshua frequently fights against 100 Pagoda sect's disciples, so she is very clear about their level. No one has any objection to this. Even though 3 of the people fighting are from Murong family, everyone knows that these outstanding grandchildren of City Master Murong are very awesome. It must be known that even many disciples of 100 Pagoda sect do not get as many resources as these outstanding Murong family disciples. For example, last time City Master Murong took out many Regent Origin stones in one go. Therefore, Murong family disciples get even more resources from 100 Pagoda sect. Dragon sect's people finished inspecting the battle stage. Long Fangyu walked onto the largest battle stage in the middle of 100 Refining Plaza. It is clear that he wants to fight first. He must win first to raise morale. Therefore, the leaders of both sides are going on stage. Qin Yun said, "Granny Star, can we go a bit closer? I want to see Yi Yaoshua's strength from close range." Granny Star said with smile, "Of course we can, let's go." The battle stage is round, it is several hundred meters wide. Although there are not many formation pillars around it, they are all a kilometer tall and can release a very strong barrier. Many people were floating in mid-air, which allowed them to see clearly. The barrier around the battle stage is also a kilometer tall. When the fight starts, it is possible that it will be in the air. Qin Yun is watching from the ground. Long Fangyu is a late-stage martial emperor. Although he looks very confident, he is feeling great pressure in his heart. He is very clear about Yi Yaoshua's strength. Even though she is a mid-stage martial emperor, her strength is very formidable. Otherwise, she would not be able to lead the young disciples of 100 Pagoda sect. Although Qin Yun is wearing a mask, he can still see what is happening outside. Naturally, his lion head mask is very conspicuous. After all, there is only one freak like him in the entire plaza. Qin Yun doesn't care about other people's gaze at all. He is calmly and earnestly staring at the battle stage, waiting for the battle to begin. The person below the stage, quickly take off your mask. Long Fangyu also saw Qin Yun's mask. He feels very uncomfortable and loudly shouted. Qin Yun's lion head mask is made by imitating heavenly lions. The location where Dragon Sect is built often attracts heavenly lion-ine spirits, causing Dragon Sect disciples to be harassed by heavenly lion-ine spirits and suffer great losses. Therefore, Dragon Sect disciples have a shadow of heavenly lions. Therefore, when they see this kind of lion head mask, they feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 952. Clash of Geniuses. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Long Fangyu furiously said, "Where did you get that lion head? Quickly take it off." Qin Yun also found it somewhat strange, because he never expected that Dragon Sect disciples would be so afraid of heavenly lions. "What does it have to do with you where I got it from?" Qin Yun said snappily, "I'm wearing it properly. Why should I take it off?" Long Fangyu looked at Yi Yaoshua and said in cold voice, "Yi Yaoshua, quickly tell him to take off that lion mask." Yi Yaoshua is somewhat startled in her heart because Long Fangyu is very disgusted with that lion head. She looked at the lion head and recalled what Qin Yun had said before. He said that it was a heavenly lion head and that dragon sect disciples were most afraid of heavenly lion. Now 100 Pagoda sect's disciples saw that Long Fangyu is disgusted by Qin Yun's head cover and recalled what Long Fangyu said about heavenly lion. It turned out that the disciples of the Dragon's Gate really disliked the heavenly lions. That guy has enmity with me. If you have any method, take off his head. Are you ready? We are about to begin. Yi Yaoshua said. Long Fangyu clenched his teeth, furiously glared at Qin Yun and cursed in low voice. Bastard, just you wait, I will deal with you. Qin Yun shook the heavenly lion's head and said, Come if you have the guts. He is not a bit afraid of Long Fangyu. He can easily suppress people who cultivate dragon bloodline. Long Fangyu is doing his best not to look at Qin Yun. He is focusing his attention on Yi Yaoshua. Yi Yaoshua looked at the old man below the stage. The old man nodded, took out a large gong, and sounded it. With a clang, the first round of the martial monarchs' duel officially began. Excluding peak martial emperors and above, this is the battle between the two strongest people of Dragon Sect and 100 Pagoda Sect. Although Long Fangyu is wearing luxurious armor, it is not a defensive treasure. Otherwise, the barrier here would be able to detect it. Even though he is wearing armor, his movement technique is still very nimble. His movement speed on the battle stage is not the least bit slower than Yi Yaoshua, it is even a bit faster. The two of them were originally separated by 200 meters. As soon as they started, they sprinted towards each other. Almost in an instant, the two of them collided. In a short moment, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves. On the martial stage, red and golden lights flickered continuously. Every time they made a move, it was like a thunderstorm and lightning danced. On the spacious martial stage, all kinds of tyrannical auras flowed, turning into a mist of light that floated above the stage. Long Fangyu and Yi Yaoshua's speed is very fast. Both of them are moving back and forth on the battle stage. Without a certain cultivation, it is very difficult to see their moves and movement trajectory. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive of her formidable strength. This woman is just a mid-stage martial emperor, how can she be so powerful? Qin Yun said in his heart. You are only late-stage martial king, but your strength is inconceivably formidable. Ling Yuner said with charming smile, super geniuses are like this. Although Long Fangyu's cultivation is one level higher than Yi Yaoshua, he is not able to gain any advantage over Yi Yaoshua. Yi Yaoshua's attribute power is still not very clear, at most he can only see her releasing very strong red light. In the red light there were very clear threads that were jumping around like red electric threads. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see those dense electric threads. And Qin Yun can clearly see those electric threads wandering around within the energy, they are a kind of rune. Her rune martial spirit must be innate. I don't know what kind of rune it is, it makes her power so dreadful, it looks like thunder and lightning, but it is not. Qin Yun has been staring at Yi Yaoshua. He is very carefully observing the energy she is releasing. He wants to clearly see those incomparably fine runes. Yi Yaoshua's martial spirit and power attribute are very mysterious. Qin Yun asked Granny Star, but she also doesn't know. Although Long Fangyu is fighting very steadily, he is even more astonished in his heart. This is not the first or second time he has exchanged blows with Yi Yaoshua. And this time, he discovered that Yi Yaoshua's strength is even more formidable than before. Long Fangyu, you have not become stronger. Yi Yaoshua lightly smiled, then casually attacked with her palm and easily blocked Long Fangyu's dragon head-like fist. Strangely, the valiant power condensed on Long Fangyu's arm suddenly dissipated and rushed out of his body. Long Fangyu's fist has been easily blocked by Yi Yaoshua. Moreover, a peculiar power even hit his arm, causing him to feel pain, causing him to let out a muffled groan. However, he can only continue to attack very quickly. He wants to use his strongest offensive to suppress Yi Yaoxue. Savage woman! Blue veins popped out on Long Fangyu's forehead. He roared like a dragon. At the same time he attacked with both fists. The armor on his arms suddenly burst open, and faint golden scales appeared on his arms. Long Fangyu's hands also somewhat look like dragon claws. Dragon transformation? Qin Yun is a bit amazed. This guy has not mastered it. He can only barely strengthen a dragon. He saw Long Tsangxing's dragon transformation before. His dragon claws are very formidable. They look like real dragon claws. Long Fangyu's arms are also only faintly covered with dragon scales. Moreover, his arms have slightly swelled up. His claws are slightly longer. They only look like dragon claws. However, they can suddenly increase Long Fangyu's power. Before, Yi Yaoxue could easily block Long Fangyu's ferocious fist attack. At the same time she scattered the power on Long Fangyu's arms. And now, when Yi Yaoxue's palm came in contact with Long Fangyu's dragon arms, her lily-white hands slightly trembled due to the power. The mysterious red power on her hands also scattered and became disorderly. Boom! After Long Fangyu's power suddenly increased, he unleashed swift and fierce attack. The energy released by his dragon arms transformed into even stronger golden dragon image. At first it was only dragon image, but later it gradually turned into dragon image. This guy is using mysterious technique. It should be a very good martial spirit mysterious technique. Granny Star said. Long Fangyu, you actually mastered this kind of king-tier mysterious technique. Yi Yaoxue continuously retreated. She cried out in alarm with frown. Long Fangyu's arms are like two ferocious dragons, unceasingly pouncing and biting. Yi Yaoxue wanted to attack, but Long Fangyu's ferocious counterattack kept pushing her back. In terms of power, Yi Yaoxue is now at a disadvantage. King-tier mysterious technique, this is a true mysterious technique. This is our dragon sex mighty dragon mysterious technique. It is a very strong spirit skill. It can turn one's arms into two dragons and possess formidable dragon power. Long Fangyu proudly said. Even though I have only comprehended first layer of profound meaning, the power I obtained is enough to defeat you. Now Long Fangyu's body is covered by a very strong barrier. Yi Yaoxue's power is unable to penetrate it. Yi Yaoxue said with sneer. Using spirit skill consumes a lot of energy. If the martial spirit is too tired, it will take a very long time to recover. I want to see how long you can last. Roar, roar, roar! Long Fangyu's arms trembled as he pounced and bit. He let out a burst of roar filled with might. He unceasingly attacked Yi Yaoxue like lightning. Yi Yaoxue has no advantage against Long Fangyu in terms of speed, so it is very difficult for her to dodge. She can only use offense as defense to meet the two golden lightning dragon arms. Apart from the half-immortals, all the martial kings and martial emperors are looking at the intense battle on the battle stage with dumbstruck expressions. With Long Fangyu's strength, if he was in our 100 Pagoda sect, he would surely be able to enter top 20. Let's see whether or not Senior Sister Yi can defeat him. She definitely can. Senior Sister Ye's battle today is not as wild and fierce as before. She is mainly defending. Even if she attacks, it is for defensive purposes. Indeed, she is doing this to be conservative. Her power must have already reached the limit. With her mid-stage martial emperor cultivation, she can fight evenly against Long Fangyu. She will not lose. Senior Sister Ye's most dreadful aspect is her endurance. It is very astonishing. Many peak martial emperors are discussing among themselves. All the peak martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect have fought with Yi Yaoxue before. Even peak martial emperors ranked above Yi Yaoxue don't dare to look down on her. Qin Yun now more or less grasped Yi Yaoxue's strength. He said in his heart, Yi Yaoshua's endurance is indeed astonishing. There are many remnant tyrannical energy aura on the battle stage. They are all left behind by Long Fangyu. Even if Yi Yaoshua release them, she can quickly retract them back into her body. Ling Yuner is also very amazed. Indeed, her power seems to be inseparable from her body. Moreover, there is a barrier around the battle stage. As long as the energy doesn't fly too far, she can completely retract it. This way, her consumption is very low. She can defeat peak martial emperors. Could it be that she is playing a battle of attrition? Qin Yun said in his heart. Yi Yaoshua will surely become his strongest enemy in the future. If he can clearly understand her now, he will be able to find a way to win. Yi Yaoshua is also using forging from time to time, shooting out red light that look like lightning. This can block Long Fangyu's powerful attack. Long Fangyu is now sweating profusely because he knows that Yi Yaoshua is very good at consuming energy. She can maintain her peak state when her power is missing. But he can't because he is constantly using King Tier mysterious technique. His consumption is very great. He can only maintain his peak state for a very short period of time. Yi Yaoshua, I will not lose to you this time. After Long Fangyu calculated in his heart, he suddenly let out a deep roar. His arm flashed with a burst of glaring golden light and a golden dragon illusion flew out like a light beam. The golden dragon illusion flew out and in a flash it arrived at Yi Yaoshua. Yi Yaoshua has no time to dodge or block and was hit head-on. Boom boom. After the golden dragon illusion flew over, it suddenly exploded and gave rise to a burst of golden light wave. Yi Yaoshua let out a delicate cry because of the explosion, her ponytail draped over her shoulder. Her body was sent flying by the explosion and crashed into a pillar of the barrier. 100 Refining Plaza burst into an uproar. Yi Yaoshua has actually been seriously injured. Many hundred pagoda sect disciples are anxiously shouting, "Senior sister." What caused people to be even more astonished is that Long Fangyu is also injured, his arm is bleeding. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.